Chapter 326. Following Zhao Li's command, the Heaven Expanse X ship charged straight ahead. The enemy had clearly noticed the commotion, and a group of cultivators on the deck peeked their heads out to look, quickly becoming restless. They didn't know why the Heaven Expanse X ship was so fast and had never experienced such a thing before. However, seeing such a large flying spirit tool charging towards them, they were still quite flustered. Shouts and orders could be heard from the deck. The cultivators overseeing the ship were ordering their disciples to change course and avoid the collision. However, after trying for a moment, they found that it was useless as the enemy was simply too fast. On the Heaven Expanse X ship, a cultivator reported, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhao, that's not Scarlet Blood Valley, it's the Bright Lightning Sect." "Who cares? Let's charge over first." Yes. They originally thought that it was the Scarlet Blood Valley's reinforcements, but it turned out to be the Bright Lightning Sect. In any case, they were going to beat up the enemy sooner or later. At this time, the Bright Lightning Sect's vice envoy's mouth was filled with bitterness. They had gone to support the Clear Wind Sect, but before they could arrive, the Clear Wind Sect's encampment had been captured. When they retreated, the Scarlet Blood Valley had urgently requested for reinforcements, so they changed course to support the Scarlet Blood Valley. Now, the Heaven Expanse Sect had caught up to them halfway. He couldn't understand how the Heaven Expanse Sect's spirit tool could be so fast. Under his nervous gaze, the two ships grew closer and closer. The Bright Lightning Sect ship was the first to release a protective barrier. Naturally, this barrier wasn't as strong as the encampment's grand formation, but it still had some defensive power. On the other hand, the Heaven Expanse Sect didn't immediately release a barrier. Instead, they shot out spell techniques at the enemy's ship. It wasn't until they were 20 meters away that the Heaven Expanse Sect's ship's barrier lit up. Seeing this, the Bright Lightning Sect's vice envoy felt his heart turn cold. Everyone's ship was bought from the Heavenly Fate Treasury, so there was little difference in quality and performance. The other side had used a few rounds of spell techniques to weaken their defenses before charging over. It was clear that they had taken advantage of the situation. He inwardly cursed the Heaven Expanse Sect for being despicable and shameless, but he also knew that this was due to his lack of experience. But how could he be blamed? The Lightning Light religion had never encountered such a thing before. Not to mention the Lightning Light religion, no one in the entire Spirit Stream battlefield had ever encountered such a thing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bow of the Sky Expanse Sect's ship slammed into the stern of the Lightning Brilliance cult ship. A huge boom rang out, and all of the cultivators from the two sects were thrown off balance. Some of them even fell onto the deck. The protective light screens of the two ships shattered one after another, turning into specks of fluorescent light that drifted away. On the deck, Lu Yi clung tightly to the side of the ship as the ship groaned in pain. Then, a huge shadow loomed over his head. Looking up, it was the bottom of the Thunderlight religion's ship. The instant they collided, the bow of the Sky Expanse Sect's ship stabbed into the bottom of the Lightning Brilliance religion's ship due to their speed. The Lightning Brilliance religion's ship was directly lifted up. After another bout of friction and vibration, the Lightning Brilliance religion's ship tumbled and fell to the ground at an angle. Miserable screams rang out one after another from that direction. Immediately after, a number of figures rushed out, hurriedly summoning their own flying spirit tools to stabilize their bodies. Some of the cultivators weren't strong enough and didn't have enough control over their own spirit power. Even after summoning their own flying spirit tools, they still found it difficult to control them. There were more than 300 people on the Lightning Brilliance religion's ship, but after the ship was sent flying, only 100 or so cultivators flew out. Without exception, all of them quickly fled towards the Scarlet Blood Valley's encampment. On the other hand, the Sky Expanse Sect's ship shook violently for a moment, but didn't show any signs of falling. The Sky Expanse Sect's cultivators leapt up and turned to chase after the Lightning Brilliance religion's cultivators. Lu Yi rushed to the front. He was the first to move, and his speed was the fastest. Before a cultivator switched to a heaven-grade cultivation method, they wouldn't fight in the air because they didn't have enough control over their own spirit power. Fighting, while flying on a flying spirit tool, was very easy for accidents to occur. It could be said that a cultivator flying on a flying spirit tool would have their strength greatly reduced. This situation would only improve after switching to a heaven-grade cultivation method. Therefore, it was common to see cultivators fighting in the air in the core region. Lu Yi wasn't affected at all. He could already control 4 light spirit tools with ease. So what did it matter if he had 1 more flying spirit tool? With the support of the wind spirit pattern, his figure turned into a stream of light, passing through the fleeing lightning brilliance religion's cultivators. The 4 spirit tools around him shuttled back and forth, reaping the enemy's lives along with miserable screams. After a dozen breaths, he stopped and turned around, blocking the path of the fleeing lightning brilliance religion's cultivators. Boom! A loud noise came from below. Only then did the overturned lightning brilliance religion's ship fall to the ground. Following the loud noise was a burst of fire, and faint screams came from the wreckage of the ship. Of the 300 people from the lightning brilliance religion, only 100 managed to escape. Where were the other 200 people? Naturally, they were on the ship. Some of them didn't have the time to run, but even more of them didn't have the ability to run. How could they have a good ending after falling from a height of nearly 100 feet? It could be said that the lightning brilliance religion had lost 200 cultivators. Let's attack together and kill him. The deputy guardian of the lightning brilliance religion roared. After seeing Lu Ye's flying speed and killing methods, he knew that if they didn't deal with Lu Yi, they wouldn't be able to escape. The others from the Heaven Expanse sect might not be able to catch up, but Lu Ye's speed was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could shake off. The only response he received was a fiery red stream of light that was rapidly expanding in his field of vision. If they were on the ground, no matter how strong Lu Yi was, he wouldn't dare to block nearly 100 people by himself. It was no different from courting death. However, it was different in the air. None of them had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Lu Ye's strength wasn't affected because of his powerful soul and strong control over his spirit chi. However, the people from the Heaven Expanse sect were different. It would be good if they could display 70% of their usual strength. Moreover, when flying, Lu Yi had more room to maneuver and dodge. Simply put, it was basically impossible for the enemy to hit him, but he was able to kill them one by one. He continued to obstruct and delay the enemy. Soon, the Heaven Expanse sect's cultivators arrived under Zhao Li's lead. Flanking them from the front and back, the lightning brilliance religion's cultivators had no way out. The cultivators of the bright lightning religion displayed their fearless nature as they flew back and forth between their flying artifacts and spells. The battle continued for a while before the fluctuations of spirit power gradually subsided. Previously, when the Clear Wind Sect Station was captured, the 2 sects had suffered some casualties. However, in this encounter, all of the lightning brilliance religion's cultivators died. Not a single one of the Heaven Expanse sect's cultivators died. Only the tremors from the collision of the 2 ships caused some of them to suffer minor injuries. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Yi led a few formation cultivators to inspect the Heaven Expanse sect ship. The ship's bow was damaged, and its overall performance was slightly affected, but it wasn't a major problem. They didn't continue forward and instead repaired themselves while waiting for the Azure Billow Mountains cultivators to arrive. The Lightning Brilliance religion had suffered a disastrous loss of over 300 people. More importantly, with so many people missing, there was no way they could keep their station unless they could request for reinforcements in time. However, the Scarlet Blood Valley that was closest to them was their next target. The Scarlet Blood Valley had no way to support the Lightning Brilliance religion. Since they couldn't rely on the Scarlet Blood Valley, it was even more unreliable to rely on the Alliance sects that were further away. At this moment, in the Thunder Light sect's encampment, the Thunder Light sect's guardian was ashen. In less than a dozen breaths of time, more than 300 marks were destroyed in his battlefield imprint. Each mark represented the life of a Thunder Light sect cultivator. Those 300 people were originally sent to support the Clear Wind sect, but later turned to support the Scarlet Blood Valley. No one knew what happened to them, that they were completely annihilated in such a short period of time without a single survivor. Before the 300 disciples died, they didn't even manage to send back a single message. The guardian suppressed his grief and steadied his mind before sending a message to the Scarlet Blood Valley to inquire about the situation. The Scarlet Blood Valley Guardian was dumbfounded. They were still waiting for the Lightning Brilliance Religion's reinforcements to defend against the Sky Expanse sect and MT Azure Billow. In the end, the Lightning Brilliance Religion was completely annihilated, the Clear Wind sect was gone, and the Lightning Brilliance Religion's reinforcements were all dead. Didn't this mean that they had to fight alone? For a moment, the Scarlet Blood Valley Guardian was under a mountain of pressure. With the Clear Wind sect's example, the Scarlet Blood Valley didn't intend to retreat, even though they knew that they couldn't defend their station by themselves. The Clear Wind sect couldn't withstand a single blow because they were caught off guard. As long as the Scarlet Blood Valley was sufficiently prepared, even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they could rely on their geographical advantage to fight the enemy. In this critical situation, the Scarlet Blood Valley began to make preparations. Messages were shuttled back and forth between their station and their sect. The Azure Billow sect's people arrived late and met up with the Sky Expanse sect. The two sects' cultivators, once again, set off towards the Scarlet Blood Valley station. In the previous battle at the Clear Wind sect station, the two sects' cultivators had suffered casualties. However, the casualties weren't great. Less than 40 people had died. Therefore, it didn't affect their overall strength. When the two sects' cultivators arrived outside the Scarlet Blood Valley station, the Scarlet Blood Valley side was already waiting in formation. Their formation was the same as when the two sects attacked the Clear Wind sect. The strong body cultivators were at the front, followed by the weapon cultivators and ghost cultivators, and the magic cultivators were at the back. The two sects' cultivators disembarked one after another. With the previous two great victories and the advantage in numbers, both the Sky Expanse sect and MT Azure Billow's cultivators were full of vigor. They glared at the Scarlet Blood Valley's people through a layer of light barrier. There were even people who continuously gestured with their hands on their necks, blatantly threatening them. On the other hand, the Scarlet Blood Valley's side was still nervous, even though they had already made proper preparations and were determined to fight to the death with the enemy. Before the battle had even begun, the two sides' cultivators were already cursing each other. Their shouts were extremely feminine. Chapter 3:27. Lu Yi activated his clear vision spirit pattern to investigate the nodes of Scarlet Blood Valley's Great Formation. Just like before, he began to cooperate with the formation cultivators of Heaven Expanse sect. During this time, the cultivators of the two sects were arranged by Zhao, Li, and Song Yin. Although the guardian of Scarlet Blood Valley's Great Formation had heard of Lu Ye's method of breaking the Great Formation through some channels, he had never seen it with his own eyes. It was only at this moment that he deeply felt what despair was. No matter how he activated the Great Formation, it was difficult to stop Lu Ye's progress. Just as he had heard, in just a few dozen breaths, the spirit chi in a certain area of the Great Formation stopped flowing. Following a round of fierce attacks from the two sects, the Great Formation in that area was completely shattered. The curses of both sides stopped and turned into attacks of artifact, manipulation, and spell techniques. In an instant, multicolored rays of light shuttled back and forth in the air, creating a spectacular scene. Accompanied by miserable screams, the guardian of Scarlet Blood Valley, who was commanding from the rear, discovered that something was wrong. The body cultivators on his side were dying too quickly. Body cultivators were the biggest barrier for their side. If too many of them died, their line of defense would definitely be broken. After a brief observation, he quickly saw the truth. It was Liu Ye of Blue Blood Sect. Almost half of the dead body cultivators were killed by him. For rays of light from the Imperial equipment danced and shuttled back and forth under his control. The body cultivators targeted by him were simply unable to resist the might of the Imperial equipment. One kill, one kill. The body cultivators that the Scarlet Blood Valley had painstakingly nurtured were as weak as paper in front of his sharp attacks. In just 10 breaths of time, the number of body cultivators blocking the front line had been reduced by more than half. Without body cultivators blocking the front, the casualties of Scarlet Blood Valley's side soared, and as time passed, the casualties on their side also rapidly increased. On the other hand, although the enemy's body cultivators had also suffered casualties, their tight defensive line had always been firm, especially the body cultivator in the middle. His vitality was simply outrageous. He had seen with his own eyes that the body cultivator's defensive spirit artifact had been destroyed and more than 10 attacks had landed on his body. But this body cultivator didn't seem affected at all. This guy's physical body was even stronger than ordinary defensive spirit artifacts. The Guardian of Scarlet Blood Valley realized the seriousness of the problem and also knew that he had underestimated his opponent this time. However, it was impossible to escape now. Escaping now would only give the enemy a chance to kill them all. He hurriedly activated the battlefield imprint and sent out a message. In the next moment, 5 figures appeared out of thin air in the Tianji Hall. The 5 of them did not stop as they dashed out of the Tianji Hall, turning into 5 streams of light as they charged toward the battlefield. Among the 5 people, there were men and women, young people and old people. They were obviously not Spirit Stream Stage cultivators. Amongst them, there were Cloud River Stage cultivators and True Lake Stage cultivators. In order to stand up for Liu Ye, Shui Yuan had forced her way into the Spirit Stream battlefield twice. The Scarlet Blood Valley naturally didn't lack the courage to do so. However, the price of doing so was far too great, and the risk involved was far too great. Thus, under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the 9 provinces wouldn't do such a thing. But now that the Sex encampment was in imminent danger, how could the Scarlet Blood Valley care so much? At this moment, the 5 of them were only displaying 8th Order Heaven-grade cultivations because they had broken through to the Cloud River realm when they were still 8th Order Heaven-grade cultivators. Now that they had forced their way in, the cultivation they could display was at its peak when they fought in the Spirit Stream battlefield. In this regard, they couldn't compare to Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan had broken through to the Cloud River realm with a 9th Order Heaven-grade cultivation, so when she entered the Spirit Stream battlefield, her cultivation was at the 9th Order Heaven-grade. It wasn't that the Scarlet Blood Valley didn't want to send out stronger cultivators, but that they didn't have anyone stronger. In the Spirit Stream stage, if one could open 360 apertures and break through to the Cloud River realm with a 9th Order Heaven-grade cultivation, then reaching the Spirit Sea realm in the future would be a certainty. But how could it be so easy to open 360 apertures? Even the disciples of first-grade sects wouldn't dare to say that they could open 360 apertures. Among the Spirit Stream stage cultivators, less than 1 in 100 could break through to the Cloud River realm with a 9th Order Heaven-grade cultivation. The Scarlet Blood Valley was only a 5th-rank sect, and these 5 people were already the most Spirit Stream realm cultivators that the Scarlet Blood Valley could bring out. Liu Ye immediately sensed the pressure of 5 powerful auras and looked up. When he saw the 5 streams of light, he immediately shouted, "Be careful!" Perhaps his shout had attracted the attention of these people, as the old man among the 5 immediately looked over with a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With the help of these 5 people, the Scarlet Blood Valley immediately stabilized the situation. On the contrary, the rhythm of the attacks of the 2 sects was disrupted. The originally advantageous situation had turned into a stalemate, and even the casualties had increased greatly. After all, There were 5 8th-order heaven-grade cultivators. The power they could display when working together was enough to turn the tide of the battle. The Scarlet Blood Valley Guardian, who had been worried all this time, breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhao Li and Song Yin were anxious. A moment later, traces of purple lightning began to linger around the 5 people. No matter who it was, all of them showed a pained expression. One of the women's body was trembling slightly, and the power of her attacks had weakened significantly. The 5 of them knew the consequences of killing people in the Spirit Stream battlefield and were mentally prepared before entering. However, knowing was one thing, and none of them had done it before. When they heard that the Palm Seal Master of the Blue Blood Sect had started a massacre in the Spirit Stream battlefield, they felt that they were not weaker than him. However, when they killed the first Spirit Stream realm cultivator, they realized that things were not as simple as they thought. The punishment of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder was not easy to resist. Shui Yuan could resist it because of her special soul. Even if she killed dozens of people, she could still do it as if nothing had happened. The 5 from the Scarlet Blood Valley couldn't do it. They had only killed 20 people in total, but they had already reached the limit of their endurance and couldn't kill any more. They could only resist the attacks of the 2 sects. "You guys block him. I'll go kill Lu Yi," the old man said through gritted teeth. His figure flickered as he pounced towards Lu Yi. Because of the intense pain in his soul, his face was distorted. Lu Yi was their main goal this time. As long as they could kill Lu Yi, even if they lost the Scarlet Blood Valley's encampment, the various sects of the Myriad Demon Ridge would compensate them with a large amount of resources, enough for the Scarlet Blood Valley to rebuild their encampment. The old man wielded a long sword and was clearly a weapon cultivator. As he pounced through the air, sword Qi slashed towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi hurriedly pulled out his mountain saber and shattered several of the sword Qi. However, his body was sent flying by the huge impact. The old man's killing move instantly arrived. The long sword in his hand was like a snake's tongue as it stabbed towards Lu Ye's heart. This sword was so fast that Lu Yi almost didn't have time to react. Defensive spirit runes formed hastily and barely blocked the attack. However, in the next instant, sword flowers bloomed in his field of vision. The benefits of having a powerful soul were displayed at this moment. Although Lu Yi didn't see the enemy's sword move clearly, several vital points on his body felt a stabbing pain. A great sense of danger surged in his heart, and he instinctively activated several defensive spirit runes to protect those positions. As the defensive spirit runes shattered one after another, Lu Ye's body was covered in blood, but there was no danger to his life. The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. He, an 8th Order Heaven Grade Master, had come to kill an ordinary 9th Order cultivator, yet he had failed to immediately kill him. This was difficult for him to accept. His figure flickered as he dodged the attacks coming from all directions. The long sword in his hand flickered again as his body merged with the sword Qi, almost becoming one as he stabbed towards Lu Yi. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, although he was only able to display the strength of an 8th Order Heaven Grade Master, he still had the strength of a true Lake Master. This sword strike alone was something that even a master on the Spirit Stream list might not be able to block. Lu Yi was indeed unable to block it because the speed of this attack was too fast, so fast that it exceeded the limit of his reaction. Even if he activated a defensive spirit rune that was enough to protect most of his body in time, it was still pierced through by the sword. The long sword pierced through from below his heart and came out through his body. If it had only been half a finger away, this sword strike would have taken his life. However, at the most critical moment, Lu Yi had taken a deep breath and avoided a fatal blow. Brother Yi, Zhao Li, who had been paying attention to Lu Ye's movements, turned pale with fright. Song Yin, on the other hand, silently rushed over, wanting to help. However, it was obviously too late. The old man didn't show any joy after succeeding. As long as his enemy didn't die, he wouldn't relax. Pushing his spirit chi madly, he poured it into Lu Ye's body through the long sword in an attempt to destroy his 5 viscera and 6 organs. This move was similar to how Lu Yi had activated his Grand Thorn Spirit Rune after piercing through his enemy. Normally, a piercing wound wouldn't be fatal, but it was more suitable for him to use small tricks that could cause follow-up damage. Lu Yi felt intense pain as his flesh and blood squirmed around his wounds. The mountain blade in his hand almost burst into flames as a fiery, red spirit chi wrapped around it. As he waved his long sword, a halo of light flashed as he stared at the old man in front of him and slashed down. The old man frowned and gave up on his original plan, pulling his long sword out of Lu Ye's body and holding it horizontally in front of him. Clanging sounds rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. A ray of light flashed across the Pan Mountain saber. It was a double-pressure spiritual tattoo that Lu Yi had inlaid with the Tao of spiritual tattoo. The old man's victorious expression turned into one of astonishment because, in that instant, the blow from the young man in front of him was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. It didn't feel like a blade was chopping down, but more like a small mountain. Caught off guard, the old man's long sword almost flew out of his hand. As a weapon cultivator, he naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He hurriedly urged his spirit chi to stabilize the weapon in his hand. Under the immense pressure, he and Lu Yi fell to the ground together, their weapons resisting each other as they stared at each other. The old man's expression was calm as he coldly looked at Lu Yi. It was undeniable that the young man's performance was outstanding. Even as a true lake stage expert, he couldn't find any flaws. However, the difference in strength was still there. Since he wanted to kill Lu Yi, no matter what the young man did, it would be a futile struggle. Then he saw a sun explode in his field of vision. Chapter 328. Lu Yi generally wouldn't activate the Sunshine Spirit Tattoo. When he obtained this spirit tattoo, he felt that it was a very strange thing. It was useless, but it was actually somewhat useful. This spirit tattoo was only suitable for activation under some special circumstances. For example, at this moment, due to the influence of the heavy pressure spirit tattoo, the long sword in the old man's hand and Lu Ye's mountain coiling saber were facing each other. What did it feel like to see a sun explode right in front of your eyes? Lu Yi didn't know, because he had closed his eyes the moment he activated the spirit tattoo. He was afraid that he would go blind. The old man from the Scarlet Blood Valley wasn't so lucky. Although he quickly closed his eyes when he sensed that something was wrong, it was still too late. At this time, he only saw yellow, blue, purple, and red colors constantly changing in front of his eyes. His eyes stung and tears flowed out. That feeling was as if someone had fiercely slapped his eyeballs. The battle between spiritual tattooists was so weird and changeable. No one knew what kind of strange spiritual tattoos a spiritual tattooist would use in the next moment. Recently, because Lu Yi showed his ability to break the formation, everyone subconsciously ignored the fact that he had obtained the inheritance of spiritual tattooists. But then again, it was useless even if they remembered. In a battle with a spirit tattoo master, reaction speed was the most important. Lu Yi took the opportunity to attack with his saber. However, a true lake realm cultivator was worthy of being called a true lake realm cultivator. Even with his eyes closed, his perception was unbelievably strong. He waved the long sword in his hand and blocked all of Lu Ye's attacks. The last time Lu Yi activated the Sunshine Spirit Tattoo was when he first entered the Inner Circle and encountered the Sky Pillar Sect's 9th Order cultivator named Yuan Guang. At that time, he was a 7th Order cultivator. After he activated the Sunshine Spirit Tattoo, Yi, who was already prepared, summoned the 9 Worlds diagram and took him and Yuan Guang into it for a life and death battle. The scene this time was very similar to the last time. Yi had been following Lu Yi closely, never leaving within 10 meters of him. Anyway, she was a Dharma cultivator, so her attack range was very far. Standing beside Lu Yi, she could kill the enemy. When Lu Yi was targeted by the old man from the Scarlet Blood Valley, he wanted to help, but she knew that even if she did, she wouldn't be of much use, so she had been looking for an opportunity. It was only when the Sunshine Spirit Rune exploded that she understood Lu Ye's plan. At this moment, she leaped into the air and flew towards the location where Lu Yi and the old man were falling. She opened the Nine Realms diagram and fiercely swung it upwards. The old man instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't see at the moment, so he didn't know what was going on. He was almost defenseless when Yi took him into the Nine-World map. Yi leaped into the distance, avoiding the chaotic battlefield. Hoopa followed, closely behind to protect her. Then, she spread out the 9 worlds, painting in front of her. Looking at the 2 figures in the painting, she channeled her spiritual energy into the spirit treasure. In the rocky forest that was only a few li in circumference, yellow sand danced in the air. Lu Ye's figure was like a dancing butterfly. With the support of the wind spirit pattern, he launched rapid and fierce attacks at the old man from the Scarlet Blood Valley from all directions. If his attack failed, he would immediately retreat and look for another opportunity. Ding ding dang dang sounds could be heard continuously. The old man's vision had not yet recovered. Crouching slightly, the long sword in his hand pointed diagonally to the ground, occasionally sending out a sword strike, each one of which was able to resolve Lu Ye's attack. An 8th Order Heaven grade cultivator wouldn't have such powerful ability, but a true Lake Realm Master's heritage gave the old man such an ability. However, what made the old man feel a little uneasy was that the commotion around him had suddenly disappeared for some reason. It was as if he and Lu Yi were the only ones left in the world. As Lu Yi rushed forward again, the old man tilted his head slightly and pushed his perception to the limit, raising the long sword in his hand again and pointing it in a certain direction. However, this time the space around the old man suddenly tightened, as if the surrounding space had solidified, causing the old man's movement to slow down. The old man's expression changed greatly, and in the next moment, through his blurred vision, he saw Lu Yi arrive in front of him and slash down with a sword. The old man's body was sent flying, a huge wound stretching from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. Blood gushed out from the wound. Before the old man could land, Lu Yi raised his hand and sent out 4 streams of light towards him. These 4 streams of light rotated back and forth, like a spinning top, before slamming into the old man. At this moment of life and death, the old man's long sword flicked out several times, and a series of clanging sounds rang out as the 4 streams of light were sent flying. Before the old man could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Ye's figure had arrived. Outside the 9 worlds picture, Yi's face was slightly pale as she madly poured her spiritual energy into this spirit artifact. When Lu Yi first entered the inner circle, Yi could only maintain the operation of the 9 worlds picture, and this was under the premise that Madame Yin had sealed 90% of its power. Other than maintaining the operation of this spirit artifact, Yi couldn't do anything else. But now it was different, as Yi could slightly stimulate the power of the spirit artifact. Just now, the space around the old man had suddenly solidified, causing him to reveal a flaw in his defense. This was Yi's doing. It could be said that although the old man seemed to be fighting Lu Yi alone, in fact, Lu Yi had Yi as his secret helper. This helper's effect was the most fatal. The old man could defend against Lu Ye's methods, but Yi's actions were completely undetectable and untouchable. A moment later, in the 9 worlds picture, the old man gasped for breath. There weren't many injuries on his body, only 3. However, these 3 wounds were all extremely serious. The most serious one was the one that pierced through his right lung. This wound alone wasn't considered serious, but the instant Lu Ye's blade pierced through, the damage caused by the spikes was terrifying. The old man's panting at this moment was like an old bellows being pumped. He staggered to his feet, and through his blurry vision, he saw the youth's silhouette in front of him walk step by step toward him, stopping 3 feet in front of him. Even at this point, the old man didn't intend to sit still and wait for death. Using the last of his strength, spiritual energy surged around him as he stabbed forward with his sword. At the same time, Lu Yi rushed forward, fiery red spiritual energy clinging to his mountain pan saber. The two figures crossed each other. Lu Yi shook off the bloodstains on his saber and slowly returned it to its sheath. The sound of someone falling to the ground came from behind him. Most cultivators of the 9 continents, whether they were from the Myriad Devil Ridge or the Grand Heaven Alliance, had a common problem, and that was that they didn't speak much. The higher their cultivation, the more obvious it was. This was the result of the constant confrontation between the two factions, because no matter which side was defeated by the other, if they didn't have the chance to escape, it was basically impossible for them to survive. Begging for mercy was useless. The old man's lower body was dyed red with blood. His eyes were wide open, filled with confusion and unwillingness. To think that he, a powerful true lake stage cultivator, had forced his way into the Spirit Stream battlefield to eliminate Lu Yi for the sect and the Myriad Devil Ridge. But in the end he died at Lu Ye's hands. He died with his eyes wide open. A dark red, almost pitch-black light floated out of the old man's corpse and landed on the back of Lu Ye's hand. This was the first time Lu Yi saw a light of this color. In the past, when he killed enemies, it was basically red light, and the brightness of the color was not much different. The change in the light was clearly due to the old man's true lake stage cultivation. Even if he could only use Tian Ba's strength in the Spirit Stream battlefield, it didn't change the fact that he was a true lake stage cultivator. It was unknown how many levels higher he had killed enemies. Lu Yi checked his merit points and found that his merit points had increased by about 700 to 800 points. High-level cultivators couldn't do as they pleased when they forced their way into the Spirit Stream battlefield. The balance and suppression of Heaven's secrets made them only able to display the peak strength of a Spirit Stream stage cultivator. Moreover, every time they killed someone, they would be punished by the soul-extinguishing God Thunder. The more they killed, the more severe the punishment. Normally, high-level cultivators wouldn't casually enter the Spirit Stream battlefield because the price they had to pay was too high. This time, the Scarlet Blood Valley was clearly forced into a corner. Their encampment was about to be captured, and external help couldn't arrive in time. They could only rely on the high-level cultivators of the sect. However, the strongest old man was still killed by Lu Yi and Yi with the help of the 9 Worlds map. If this spread out, the Scarlet Blood Valley would definitely become a laughingstock. Within the 9 Worlds map, Lu Yi hurriedly bandaged his wounds and put away the old man's sword. He didn't see a storage bag, but he didn't know if the old man didn't have one on him or if he didn't need one. It was most likely the latter. For example, the head teacher and senior apprentice, Sister Shui Yuan, didn't have storage bags. They had their own methods of storing things. He raised his hand and grabbed the old man's mangled corpse. The scene in front of him quickly changed, and the noise of battle entered his ears once more. Lu Yi looked up and saw that the battle was in full swing. Originally, the Scarlet Blood Valley had already suffered many casualties and wouldn't be able to defend their encampment no matter what. But as several Scarlet Blood Valley powerhouses rushed in, they barely managed to stabilize the situation. As Lu Yi and the old man fought, the situation in the Scarlet Blood Valley became worse. The main reason was that the 4 powerhouses didn't dare to casually kill people anymore. All they could do now was passively resist the attacks of the 2 sects' cultivators. The cultivators of the 2 sects clearly saw this, and their attacks became more and more unrestrained, causing the 4 powerhouses to become extremely angry. They were waiting for the old man to kill Lu Yi. That way, even if they lost their encampment, it wouldn't matter. However, they were destined not to be able to wait. Lu Ye's wings unfurled, and he soared into the sky, flying to the place where the 2 sides were fighting and throwing the corpse in his hand down. The old man's tattered corpse fell to the ground, causing a large splash of blood to splash out. The noisy battlefield suddenly quieted down for a moment, followed by incredulous exclamations one after another. "Third Elder!" One of the experts from the Scarlet Blood Valley stared at the corpse in front of him, his eyes trembling violently. When he raised his head again, he saw Luia of the Jade Blood sect hovering in the air, a pair of fiery red wings gently flapping behind his back. His upper body was bandaged with blood, and his eyes were filled with endless coldness as he looked down from above. The third elder was dead. No one knew how he had died. There were too many things happening on this chaotic battlefield, and all of them were focused on dealing with the enemy in front of them. They only knew that the third elder had gone out to find Lu Yi, but a moment later, his corpse had been thrown back. Chapter 329. The Scarlet Blood Valley was a 5th-grade sect, and there were no divine ocean realm cultivators in the sect. The strongest cultivator in the sect was in the True Lake realm. This third elder's strength was one of the top True Lake realm cultivators in the Scarlet Blood Valley. But at this moment his tattered corpse was thrown down from the sky like a piece of trash. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Scarlet Blood Valley's morale, especially when they were already at a disadvantage. If Lu Yi could kill the third elder, he naturally had the ability to kill the remaining 4. A huge sense of danger shrouded the 4. Without any hesitation, a woman shouted, "Let's go!" With this order, the Scarlet Blood Valley cultivators fought and retreated, fleeing towards the Tianji Hall. The cultivators of the Sky Expanse sect and the Azure Billow Mountain chased after them relentlessly. Along the way, corpses kept falling. When the Scarlet Blood Valley cultivators retreated into the Tianji Hall, dozens more died. The Scarlet Blood Valley cultivators who retreated to the Tianji Hall used the Tianji Pillar to retreat back to the main sects of the 9 prefectures. As the number of people decreased, the resistance continued to weaken. At a certain moment, the cultivators of the 2 sects rushed into the Tianji Hall like a flood. The Scarlet Blood Valley cultivators who did not manage to escape in time had no way out. Even the woman who gave the order was forced to stay behind because she was in charge of bringing up the rear. The woman used all her strength to kill several people. Purple lightning surged on her body, causing her to scream in pain. The cultivators of the 2 sects swarmed forward. After a while, the battle calmed down. There was no cheering or jumping for joy. This was the 2nd Myriad Devil Ridge encampment that the cultivators of the 2 sects joined hands to attack. Compared to the previous time, the number of deaths this time was undoubtedly much greater. The process was the same, cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the spoils of war. On the plaza of the Tianji Hall, Lu Yi sat cross-legged as an accompanying medical cultivator treated his injuries. The injuries were left behind by the elder from the Scarlet Blood Valley. Although Lu Yi hurriedly bandaged them, they were not of much use. Under the treatment of the medical cultivator, the wounds became itchy. Although his physique was not as strong as Jujia, it was not inferior to a body cultivator of the same level. In fact, it was even stronger. This was naturally due to the scale he obtained from the Dragon Spring. The advantage of a strong physique was that injuries recovered quickly, especially when there was a medical cultivator treating him. Zhao, Li, and Song Yin came together to check on Lu Ye's injuries. After confirming that there were no major problems, they finally relaxed. While the cultivators of the 2 sects were busy here, the news of the Scarlet Blood Valley's encampment being captured quickly spread out again. After the Cool Breeze sect's encampment had been captured, the entire Spirit Stream battlefield, and even the cultivators of the 9 regions had focused their attention on the 2 sects led by Lu Yi, constantly paying attention to their movements and the situation of the battle. Therefore, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea after the Scarlet Blood Valley's encampment was captured, the matter had already caused a huge uproar and almost everyone knew about it. What shocked everyone was that not only did the Scarlet Blood Valley lose their encampment, they even lost 2 true Lake Stage experts. It was said that in order to protect their base, the Scarlet Blood Valley had sent 5 powerhouses who had surpassed the Spirit Stream realm to force their way into the Spirit Stream battlefield, hoping to imitate the actions of the Jade Blood Sect's Palm Seal Master. As a result, 2 of the 5 people died, and the remaining 3 fled back to the 9 regions. At this moment, they were tormented by the soul-extinguishing divine thunder. That's right. Even though the 3 of them had left the Spirit Stream battlefield, the punishment of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder had not disappeared. Instead, it was still there, and depending on how many people they killed in the Spirit Stream battlefield, the duration of the punishment would vary. One could imagine that in the next 1 or 2 months, these 3 people would probably live a life worse than death. This was also the reason why the powerful cultivators of the 9 regions were unwilling to enter the Spirit Stream battlefield so easily. The punishment of Heaven's Secret was simply too strong. Among the 2 people who died in the Scarlet Blood Valley, even the true Lake Stage 3rd Elder was killed. When the news spread, the 9 regions went into an uproar. Compared to the Scarlet Blood Valley losing their encampment, the death of 2 true Lake Stage cultivators in the Spirit Stream battlefield was even more shocking. It had been many years since a cultivator above the Spirit Stream realm died in the Spirit Stream battlefield, not to mention 2 true Lake Stage cultivators. News after news spread in the direction of the Scarlet Blood Valley. There were even Spirit Sea Stage cultivators from the Myriad Demons Ridge who personally came to the Scarlet Blood Valley to inquire about the situation. In the end, they found out that the 3rd Elder was going to kill the Blue Blood Sect's Lu Iya, but for some unknown reason, he was killed by Lu Iya instead. Not only did he lose his own life, he also caused the Scarlet Blood Valley to lose a lot of face. As for Lu Iya, he was only an ordinary 9th Order cultivator. For an ordinary 9th Order cultivator to kill Tian Ba, even if it was Lu Iya who shone brilliantly at the Golden Light Summit, it was impossible for him to do so. Not to mention, this Tian Ba was a true Lake Stage cultivator. Something must have happened that the Scarlet Blood Valley didn't pay attention to, and that was the reason why a true Lake Stage cultivator was killed. But as for what exactly happened, no one knew. At that time, Yi activated the 9 Worlds diagram to take Lu Iya and the 3rd Elder into it, then left the battlefield with the 9 Worlds diagram. This caused the Scarlet Blood Valley to be unable to see what happened. With the Clear Wind Sect and Scarlet Blood Valley's encampment gone, the Thunder Light Temple's turn would be next. For a moment, all eyes gathered on the Thunder Light Temple. But after asking around, they found out that the Thunder Light Temple's cultivators had already withdrawn from their encampment and returned to their main sect in the 9 states. They had no choice but to withdraw. Over 300 people from the Thunder Light Temple had been killed by the Heaven Expanse sect on their way to reinforce the Scarlet Blood Valley. There were only 100 or so people left to defend their encampment. How could they have the strength to resist? So when Lu Yi led the 2 sects' cultivators to the Thunder Light Temple's encampment, it was already empty. Even the sect defending Array's base had been dug out and taken away by the Thunder Light Temple's cultivators. They were gone, but the Heaven's Fate Pillar couldn't escape. The various blessings on the Heaven's Fate Pillar couldn't escape either. Zhao, Li, and Song Yin happily went to divide the various blessings on the Heaven's Fate Pillar, while Lu Yi continued to heal his wounds. Since Lu Yi came out of seclusion, the group of several hundred cultivators took only 3 or 4 days to break through the encampments of 3 sects in Myriad Devil Ridge. Such a terrifying record was unprecedented. Even when Lu Yi led the Hidden God Palace and the Cloud High Palace, he only managed to break through 2 encampments. Before setting off from the Heaven Expanse sect, Lu Yi fulfilled his promise to Bai Qian. The Heaven Expanse sect took over 70% of the blessings on the Heaven's Fate Pillars. Even if they suffered a lot of losses during the plundering, it was enough to make up for the loss of the Heaven Expanse sect's encampment. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, both the Heaven Expanse sect and the Azure Billow Mountain weren't having a good time. This was especially true for the Heaven Expanse sect, which was surrounded by the 3 myriad Devil Ridge forces in a triangular formation. When the sect's disciples went out, they didn't feel safe and would often be ambushed by the enemy. But now, the 3 myriad Devil Ridge forces had been crippled. Each of them had suffered heavy casualties. It would take them at least 8 to 10 years to fully recover. If the Heaven Expanse sect and the Azure Billow Mountain joined forces to suppress them, it would take even longer. After dividing the blessings on the Heaven's Fate Pillar, Zhao Li and Song Yin went to find Lu Yi, who was recuperating. After asking for his opinion, they decided to withdraw to the Azure Billow Mountain encampment. In a flash, 2 large ships rose into the air and headed in the direction of the Azure Billow Mountain encampment. When they arrived at the Azure Billow Mountain encampment, they were warmly welcomed by the cultivators left behind. On the way back, Song Yin had already ordered the Azure Billow Mountain to prepare a celebratory banquet. That night, nearly 1,000 cultivators gathered at the Azure Billow Mountain encampment. The celebratory banquet was held in the Heaven's Fate Hall Square. Everyone ate heartily, toasted, and ate. It was extremely lively. If Lu Yi hadn't declined with the excuse of being injured, he would definitely have been drunk by the enthusiastic cultivators of the 2 sections. The next day, while Lu Yi was still washing up, Zhao Li and Song Yin had already arrived. They had the 2 sit down, and Yi served them tea. Lu Yi tidied himself up and came to see them. After sitting down, Zhao Li asked a thought-provoking question. "Brother Yi, what do you plan to do next?" Song Yin also looked at him expectantly, no longer as mature and prudent as before. Lu Yi took a sip of tea and asked, "What plans do you have, Brother Zhao?" Zhao Li chuckled. "What plans could I have? If Brother Yi has any plans, my Heaven Expanse sect will naturally be willing to follow you. In any case, the matter of rebuilding the encampment isn't urgent." There was a hidden meaning in his words. It was obvious that he was hungry for more. For so many years on the Spirit Stream battlefield, no one had a very good method to break the defensive formation. If one wanted to take over a sect's encampment, they had to rely on absolute suppression of numbers. Thus, for all this time, whether it was the Grand Heaven Alliance or the Myriad Devil Ridge, although they wanted nothing more than to take over their neighbors' encampments, they really didn't have the ability. Now it was different. The Spirit Stream battlefield had produced Lu Yi, who broke the defensive formation as easily as eating and drinking. After using all kinds of methods to break the formation, the defensive formation was as fragile as paper. Zhao Li saw an opportunity and tasted the sweetness of it. Naturally, he hoped that this kind of thing would happen as often as possible. What was the big deal about breaking 3 myriad Devil Ridge encampments? It would be best if he could break 30 or even 300. Although Song Yin didn't say anything, it was obvious that he had the same idea as Zhao Li from the fact that he came with him. "Many people have contacted you, right?" Zhao Li and Song Yin looked at each other and didn't hide anything. Song Yin said, "Since last night, many people have been contacting me. After learning that Brother Ye is temporarily staying here, they all want to come and visit." The visit was fake. They wanted to ask Lu Yi for help. As long as they could get Lu Ye's help, any sect could take over their neighbor's encampment. Zhao Li and Song Yin weren't the only ones contacted by many people. Many people also contacted Lu Yi himself. Some even contacted Hua Xiai. To the Myriad Devil Ridge, the destruction of the Clear Wind sect, Scarlet Blood Valley, and Thunderlight sect's encampments was a tragedy. However, to the Grand Heaven Alliance's camp, this was great news. In the past night, the news that spread between the 2 camps was like snowflakes falling in the cold winter. There were countless of them. At present, some of the Grand Heaven Alliance's guardian envoys were already rushing towards Kanglin Mountain's encampment. They would probably arrive in less than half a day. In one night, the Jade Blood sect's Lu Ye became a hot commodity in the entire Grand Heaven Alliance. Everyone wanted to get close to him. Without Brother Ye's permission, I don't dare to casually reply to others. That's why I came to ask Brother Yi's opinion. Let them all come. Zhao Li and Song Yin were overjoyed to hear this reply. Chapter 330. It was said that the rafters that stuck out would rot first. Lu Yi had already taken the lead and displayed his terrifying array formation skills. No matter what he chose next, the Myriad Devil Ridge would definitely not let him off. For example, he had just arrived at the Sky Expanse Sect's encampment when he was poisoned by a spy from the Myriad Devil Ridge. Since the Myriad Devil Ridge had targeted him, there was naturally no need for him to shrink back and endure. Moreover, he had entered the inner circle to take revenge. Previously, the progress of taking revenge one by one was too slow. Since the situation had developed like this, he might as well go all out and do something big. A few days ago, when Lu Yi set off from the Sky Expanse sect, he had a vague premonition of this moment, so he was not surprised. It could even be said that this was what he wanted to see. This was because he needed a lot of merit points. If he did not attack and occupy the Myriad Devil Ridge's encampment, where would he get so many merit points? After receiving Lu Ye's affirmative answer, Zhao Li was the first to express that the Sky Expanse sect would fully support him. Anyway, their encampment had been occupied for more than 2 months. They were the kind of people who had nothing to lose and were not afraid of wearing shoes. Hundreds of cultivators came in a mighty manner and left in a very relaxed manner. This was the first time he discovered that there were actually such benefits to having encampment occupied. A moment later, Zhao Li and Song Yin bid farewell and left. Since Lu Yi had already expressed his attitude, they had no more worries. At noon, the first guest arrived at the MT Azure Billow encampment. At night, 4 or 5 more people arrived one after another, and there were more on the way. With Song Yin's introduction, Lu Yi met with these people and discussed in the secret room for a long time before they left together. After a short period of peace, 2 ships took off from the MT Azure Billow encampment and sped in the same direction. When the news spread, the Myriad Devil Ridge was both terrified and furious. The thing they were most worried about had happened. After leading the 2 sects to attack 3 Myriad Devil Ridge forces, Lu Ye was obviously not going to stop. Instead, he was going to continue acting so wantonly. In the face of such an almost unsolvable method, the Myriad Devil Ridge was really helpless. For a moment, the Myriad Demon Ridge forces near MT Azure Billow panicked because they would definitely be attacked first. However, no one knew which force would be attacked first. This made it impossible for them to make an accurate and effective response. More than half a day later, news came that a sect named Quiet Mountain Gate had become the target of the attack. It wasn't only because Lu Ye's 2 ships were heading in that direction, but also because cultivators from the Azure Gate were gathering here. The Upper Verdant sect and the Quiet Mountain sect were hostile to each other. They were neighbors and were not far away from the Mount Songlan. The 2 sects had a lot of conflicts in the past and had a lot of grudges against each other. Unfortunately, neither of them could do anything to the other. When the 2 ships of Haotian Alliance arrived at the city, the guardian of Quiet Mountain School almost fainted. However, something strange happened. The 2 ships just floated 5 kilometers away and didn't do anything else. Even the nearby cultivators of the Upper Verdant sect were waiting there quietly. After a short while, another piece of news came. The base of another Myriad Devil Ridge force called the Profound Underworld sect, which wasn't far from the Quiet Mountain sect, had been attacked. Many cultivators were killed or injured. Even the guardian of the Profound Underworld sect had died in that battle. Only then did the Quiet Mountain sect realize that the 2 ships were just a cover. The cultivators of the 2 sects, led by Lu Yi, didn't come at all. Instead, they went to attack the Profound Underworld sect with the help of another Haotian Alliance sect. This could be said to have caught the Profound Underworld sect off guard. It was a false alarm for the Quiet Mountain sect. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, what was supposed to come finally came. On the 2nd day after the Profound Underworld sect's base was attacked, the Haotian Alliance arrived outside the Quiet Mountain sect's formation. Seeing this, the guardian of the Quiet Mountain sect didn't hesitate at all. He immediately ordered his disciples to retreat to the land of the 9 states. He didn't dare to confront the enemy at all. Even though his order was decisive, it still took some time for hundreds of people to retreat to the land of the 9 states. After Lu Yi broke the formation, the cultivators of the Haotian alliance joined forces and attacked. They still caused dozens of casualties to the Quiet Mountain sect. After attacking the Quiet Mountain sect's base, the number of cultivators of the Haotian alliance, led by Lu Yi, had increased to 4. The main force was still the Tianyan sect. The Tianyan sect didn't have a base, so they didn't have any worries. All the cultivators that could be mobilized followed Lu Yi. The second force was the Mount Songlan. The Mount Songlan had fewer people. They only had about 200 people. Most of them stayed behind to guard the base. As for the Upper Verdant sect and the other Haotian alliance, they only had about 100 people. They also wanted to send out more people, because the more people they sent out, the more benefits they could get after capturing the encampment. Based on the current situation, capturing the Myriad Demons Ridge encampment would become a common occurrence in the future. Lu Yi didn't let them mobilize too many people. It wasn't only because they needed people to guard the base, but also because they needed them to suppress the forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge, whose bases were attacked. Take the Quiet Mountain sect as an example. Although the base of the Myriad Devil Ridge was attacked, there weren't many casualties. Only a few dozen people died. If no one suppressed them, these people would definitely think of ways to take revenge. If there was only one force of the Myriad Devil Ridge, the Haotian alliance, led by Lu Yi, could ignore it. However, what if there were 10 or 20 forces? They were in the same situation as the Tianyan sect. Their base was attacked, but they didn't have any worries. They only had hatred burning in their hearts. Each of them could mobilize at least 500 people. 10 forces would be 5,000. 20 forces would be 10,000. Once these people gathered together, not only would the alliance be in trouble, even the entire Haotian alliance would find it difficult to deal with them. Therefore, it was very necessary to leave enough people behind. Only in this way could the Myriad Devil Ridge not gather Lin San's forces. Only in this way could the alliance not have to worry about the danger from the rear. The alliance of the 4 sects had about 1,000 people. With such a force and Lu Ye's methods, it was enough to attack any base of the inner circle. Not to mention, when attacking the Myriad Demons Ridge, the neighbors of the target would not be idle. They would definitely lend a helping hand. These neighbors would not be soft-hearted. At the very least, they would be able to mobilize 300 to 400 people. That night, another force of the Myriad Devil Ridge was attacked. On the 3rd day, the 4th force of the Myriad Devil Ridge was attacked. A funny scene appeared. Wherever the Haotian alliance's alliance passed, the forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge all retreated. Once they became the target of attack, those forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge would retreat to the 9 prefectures in the shortest time possible. Then, they would take everything they could and destroy everything they couldn't. The Myriad Devil Ridge had no other choice. Although it was shameful to give up the base of the Myriad Devil Ridge without fighting, it was better than sending them to their deaths. After that, 1 or 2 forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge were attacked every day. Every time the base of a force of the Myriad Devil Ridge was attacked, the alliance's strength would increase by a little. This was because cultivators of the Haotian alliance were constantly joining in. There were rogue cultivators, and more of them came from the nearby Haotian alliance sections. Lu Yi didn't reject these Haotian alliance sects who wanted to join in. This was because the more people there were, the better. Although they needed to share some of the benefits, they also needed to contribute. What Lu Yi needed them to do was the same as the mission he had given to the Shangqing sect, which was to suppress the forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge whose bases were attacked. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Lu Yi had adhered to a principle. Every new Haotian alliance sect that joined the alliance would send no more than 100 people. Even so, the number of people in the alliance continued to expand. In just 10 days, the alliance had expanded to 3,000 people. There were also as many as 8 fleets in the sky. An unprecedented chaos took place in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Wherever the alliance passed, the myriad Devil Ridge's bases were destroyed. Basically, they gave up their bases without any resistance. There were also some stubborn forces of the myriad Devil Ridge who wanted to resist. But Lu Yi broke the formation in just a few dozen breaths. By the time the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, it was already too late. The scene of thousands of cultivators pouring into a Sek's base through the huge gap in the formation was spectacular. However, to the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge, this was definitely not a good experience. With such a lesson in the past, the myriad Devil Ridge didn't dare to fight a hopeless battle. No matter which force, once they knew that they would be the target of attack, they would immediately give up their base. Even if the alliance was still a few hundred miles away, behind the alliance, the forces of the myriad Devil Ridge, who had lost their base, were filled with anger. They wanted to take revenge. However, when they returned to their base from the 9 states, what awaited them was constant harassment and attacks from their neighbors. They were exhausted from dealing with them. The disadvantage of not having a protective formation in the base was revealed. The cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance could come and go as they pleased. If they dared to chase after them, there would definitely be an ambush. Even if they had the upper hand, the people of the Grand Heaven Alliance could still retreat to their base and defend with the protective formation. Lu Ye's previous deployment was effective. If he hadn't asked the Seks of the Grand Heaven Alliance to suppress the forces of the myriad Devil Ridge, there would definitely be a large group of enemies chasing after the alliance. As the bases of the myriad Devil Ridge forces were attacked and occupied, the title of Sect Exterminating Leaf spread like wildfire. No one knew where this title came from. It was most likely a flattery from the myriad Devil Ridge, because Lu Yi was only there to break the protective formation. It had nothing to do with the matter of sect exterminating. Even if all the Spirit Stream realm cultivators in the myriad Devil Ridge's base were killed, the sect was still far from being exterminated. However, when this title was spread, it was unanimously acknowledged by the Grand Heaven Alliance. This made Lu Yi very helpless. Back then, when he set off from the Azure Cloud Mountain and passed by the Profound Sect, he had also received the nickname of Tiger Crossing Mountain. Now, Tiger Crossing Mountain had become the Sect Exterminating Leaf. In just half a month, the situation had developed to an uncontrollable level. Countless sects of the Grand Heaven Alliance were looking forward to the arrival of Lu Ye's Alliance army. They were waiting for Lu Yi to lead the Alliance army to their territory so that they could teach their neighbors, who had a grudge against them, a lesson. Chapter 331. Now that they thought about it, when Lu Ye's identity was exposed when he was at the 5th Order Spirit Stream realm, Grand Heaven Alliance's countless sects had made a wise move to escort him. If they hadn't done that, Lu Yi would have died long ago. How could Grand Heaven Alliance's morale be so high today? It could be said that everything was predestined. Looking back now, Lu Ye's actions seemed to be repaying a debt of gratitude for what had happened in the past. While many Grand Heaven Alliance masters were sighing with emotion, the various sects in Myriad Demon Ridge's camp were worried. If you looked at the Spirit Stream battlefield and compared the forces of the two factions together, they would be like two dragons on a chessboard. In the past, these two dragons had won and lost, and could be said to be evenly matched, with neither side able to do anything to the other. However, now it seemed that in a certain area of the inner circle, the dragon's spine that belonged to Myriad Demon Ridge had been broken. The encampments that were breached one by one were like broken bones. Not only were there grade 5 and grade 6 sects, but there were also many grade 4 sects near the core of the encampment. This made the Wanmo Ridge feel pain in their hearts. There weren't many casualties in these encampments because they had already retreated when they saw Grand Heaven Alliance's army coming. They didn't dare to confront them head-on. However, the blessing on the Heaven's Fate Pillar was gone. It was the result of generations of hard work. What made them even angrier was that Liu Ye didn't show any signs of stopping. He wanted to continue like this. Grand Heaven Alliance was about to succeed. If they didn't think of a way, the Grand Heaven Alliance army, led by Liu Ye, would conquer all the encampments of myriad Demon Ridge's forces in the inner circle in a few months. By then, even the core circle wouldn't be safe. At this moment, myriad Demon Ridge deeply felt the horror of having an entire battlefield dominated by one person. This was something that had never happened in history. The flames of war ignited in Sky Expanse Sect and Azure Billow Mountain. It was like a prairie fire. Many spirit sea realm cultivators from myriad Demon Ridge gathered for an emergency meeting. Soon, they came up with a solution. The full moon hung in the sky. The Alliance army set up camp in the wilderness. There were more than 5,000 people in the Alliance army. Along the way, the Alliance army had conquered dozens of myriad Demon Ridge encampments. None of the sects could accommodate so many people. So a few days ago, the Alliance army began to set up camp in the wild to recuperate. Tents of various sizes were scattered throughout the valley, and the largest tent in the center was brightly lit. Led by Liu Yi, more than a dozen Guardian envoys were gathered together to discuss the next attack plan. After a short while, the decision was made and everyone dispersed. Only Liu Yi and Giant Armor, who was meditating, were left in the tent. The only other person left was Hu Pa, who was sleeping soundly. As the night deepened, the noise in the surroundings slowly subsided. Only the sound of the patrolling cultivators could be heard moving back and forth. Under the moonlight, several figures quietly approached the tent where Liu Yi was located, all of them not revealing the slightest aura. Even if one looked at their position with the naked eye, one would not be able to see any flaws. These people were clearly ghost cultivators with extremely high cultivation bases. The fact that they were able to infiltrate this place without being detected by the patrolling cultivators undoubtedly meant that there was something wrong with them. The current situation on the Spirit Stream battlefield was far too unfavorable for the myriad Demon Ridge, and the root of all this was Liu Yi. As long as they could get rid of him, the myriad Demon Ridge's predicament would be resolved. This was the most effective and direct method. These ghost cultivators were selected from the top sects of the myriad Devil Ridge. They could be said to be the strongest ghost cultivators that the myriad Devil Ridge could produce. They had high hopes for them, attacking Liu Yi in the middle of a military camp of more than 5,000 soldiers. Even if they succeeded in the end, the chances of these ghost cultivators surviving were not high. But when they received this mission, they didn't complain at all. From the standpoint of the myriad Devil Ridge, Liu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect was the true source of evil on the Spirit Stream battlefield. Because of him, dozens of myriad Devil Ridge forces had already lost their bases, and tens of thousands of miles of land had been dragged into the flames of war. If he did not die, the myriad Devil Ridge forces in the inner circle would probably be plowed by his army. There were no cultivators guarding outside Liu Ye's tent, which made the ghost cultivators feel a little uneasy. Thinking about it from another perspective, if the myriad Demon Ridge had a character like Liu Yi, then the Alliance would have to ensure his safety no matter what. His tent would definitely be heavily guarded, but the tent in front of them was completely unguarded. Looking at the tent, the ghost cultivators faintly felt that this might be a trap, but things had already come to this point. Even if it was a trap, they had to give it a try. They were all powerful ghost cultivators. As long as they could enter the tent, they could join forces and attack Liu Yi together. As for what would happen to them after killing Liu Yi, it was no longer within the scope of their consideration. Time passed. The ghost cultivators lay in wait quietly without the slightest impatience. There were constantly patrolling cultivators going back and forth. There were even cultivators flying above to check the surroundings, but no one could see their whereabouts. The difference in cultivation was obvious. If these ghost cultivators didn't even have the ability to do this, how could they dare to take on such an important mission? It wasn't until after midnight that the opportunity finally came. A tall figure lifted the curtain, and walked out of the tent. The ghost cultivators recognized this person. It was the body cultivator called Giant Armor, who had always been by Liu Ye's side. It was rumored that this Giant Armor was extremely talented and had an extremely strong physique. He could fight against 10 people alone. They had only heard about it before, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, all the ghost cultivators were shocked. They could clearly feel the exuberant vitality in Giant Armor's body. This kind of physique shouldn't appear in an ordinary Ninth Order cultivator. Giant Armor didn't know what to do when he came out. He stood at the entrance of the tent and looked up at the sky, scratching his head. He was a little depressed at the moment. While he was meditating, Liu Yi sent a message to him to come out and specifically told him to remain calm no matter what he saw. Giant Armor wanted to pretend that he couldn't see, but the silhouettes of the few figures not far in front of him were so conspicuous that he could only lower his head and not look in that direction. He just lifted the curtain and remained motionless. The ghost cultivators only hesitated for a moment before they were led into the tent by a man in the lead. The entire process was soundless, and not even a slight breeze was stirred up. After all the ghost cultivators passed under his armpits, Giant Armor put down the curtain and walked forward. This was also Liu Ye's order because Liu Yi said that it would be very dangerous for him later. Inside the big tent, a few ghost cultivators stood still and looked forward. They saw Liu Yi of the Blue Blood sect at a glance. At this moment, Liu Yi was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed and his arm resting on the armrest. He supported his cheek with one hand and stared expressionlessly at the leading ghost cultivator. When their eyes met, the ghost cultivator's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered? Impossible. He was confident in his concealment skills. He had once assassinated a heaven-grade 9th master with this skill. Liu Yi hadn't even cultivated a heaven-grade secret art, so how could he see him? Myriad Demon Ridge likes to break the rules so much. A faint questioning voice sounded. The ghost cultivators held their breaths and didn't respond. No one knew if the youth opposite them was deliberately mystifying them. After the battle at the Golden Light Summit, 4th Senior Brother told me that the Spirit Stream battlefield has its own rules. The Outer Circle's matters are settled by the Outer Circle's people, and the Inner Circle's matters are settled by the Inner Circle's people. I thought that after the previous incident, the Myriad Demon Ridge would learn a lesson, but now it seems that you don't remember the pain. The ghost cultivators couldn't hold back any longer. No matter how they looked at it, their whereabouts had been exposed, especially when Liu Yi kept glancing at them as if he was examining their cultivation bases as he spoke. The leading ghost cultivator took the lead, and the others followed closely behind him. Boiling killing intent surged in the tent. With a whoosh, fiery red spirit power exploded behind Liu Yi. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. As he avoided the ghost cultivator's attacks, an array flag appeared in his hand and he waved it lightly. The scene in front of the ghost cultivators suddenly twisted and changed. Thick fog surged in from all directions and enveloped them, making it difficult for them to determine their direction. Bewildering formation. One of the ghost cultivators shouted. The ghost cultivators quickly moved to disperse the surrounding fog, but soon after, they felt their bodies turn cold. This was because spiritual energy was surging wildly from all directions, and an overwhelming amount of spells and imperial artifacts were attacking them from all directions. The tent was instantly shattered. No matter how strong the ghost cultivators' cultivation bases were, they couldn't surpass the spirit stream realm. How could they possibly survive such a concentrated attack? A few of them were annihilated on the spot. Only the leading ghost cultivator barely escaped death by relying on a defensive spirit artifact. But before he could catch his breath, the next wave of attacks arrived. The ghost cultivator revealed a look of despair and was instantly torn apart. Liu Ye's body slowly descended, and the guardian envoys gathered around him. After confirming that he wasn't injured, they relaxed. What's their cultivation base? Zhao Li asked. These ghost cultivators were able to sneak into Lu Ye's tent without anyone noticing, so they obviously weren't from the inner circle. They must have come from the core circle. 5 heavenly nines. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In order to kill Lu Yi, the myriad demon ridge was really unscrupulous. Even in the core circle, heavenly nines were first-class elites, and they could all advance to the Cloud River tier at any time. But now, in order to kill Lu Yi, they had all been buried here. No one knew which sect these 5 people came from, but those sects were probably heartbroken right now. Is the myriad demon ridge really ignoring the rules? Someone frowned. It's not the first time they've ignored the rules. The last time the myriad demon ridge had broken the rules, also to target Lu Yi. But at that time, the most important thing was to remove the Jade Blood Sect. However, the situation was different from the current one. The Jade Blood Sect's base was now in full swing, and there was no way to remove it. This time they were targeting Lu Yi himself. A guardian envoys transmitted a few messages, and suddenly said, "There's definite news. Just now, the 39th and 82nd place on the Spirit Stream list were removed. At the same time that the 5 heavenly nines were killed, the 39th and 82nd place on the Spirit Stream list were removed at the same time. This was obviously not a coincidence." Chapter 332. The Spirit Stream list was a list created by the heavens in the Spirit Stream battlefield. There were only 100 cultivators who could be listed on the Spirit Stream list. It could be said that as long as they did not die, they would definitely be able to advance to the Spirit Sea realm in the future. However, such a talent had died in an ambush without knowing the reason behind it. Although Li Baxian had told Lu Yi about the rules of the Spirit Stream battlefield, he had already been targeted once. How could he not be prepared? When the Allied forces under his command had reached a certain scale, he had been guarding against the myriad Devil Ridge's attacks. If they wanted to kill him while surrounded by thousands of cultivators, they could only use ghost cultivators. The ghost cultivators were not a big threat to Lu Yi, not to mention his powerful soul and perception that far exceeded the Spirit Stream realm. He still had his array Dao techniques. He did not set up any defenses outside his tent because there was no need for them. He had already set up a formation inside the tent. If anyone dared to sneak in, Lu Yi only needed to activate the formation to trap the enemy. If he did not have such confidence, he would not have let Giant Armor let them in. With Lu Ye's current strength, he was not a match for 1 Heaven Level 9 cultivator, let alone 5. However, with the help of the formation and the arrangement in advance, the 5 powerful ghost cultivators were killed without even making a sound. Among them were 2 powerhouses on the Spirit Stream list. The Myriad Devil Ridge was undoubtedly anxious because the Grand Heaven Alliance's allied forces, led by Lu Yi, were too big a threat to them. When they learned that the Myriad Devil Ridge had sent 5 Heaven Level 9 ghost cultivators to attack, the thousands of cultivators in the allied forces were filled with righteous indignation. Lu Yi gave the order, and the allied forces set sail to the next stop. In the blink of an eye, the fleet of dozens of ships left in a grandiose manner. At the same time, in the Myriad Devil Ridge camp, messages were passed among the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. When they confirmed that the 5 ghost cultivators they had high hopes for had failed, even the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators had heavy hearts. In the cultivation world of the 9 states, there had never been a Spirit Stream Realm cultivator who could make the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators so worried. They were so worried that they could not wait to catch him and cut him into pieces. The beheading operation against Lu Yi had already failed. Although they didn't know why the 5 ghost cultivators had failed, they had alerted Lu Yi this time. Now that Lu Yi was on guard, it was impossible for them to use similar methods again. Since he couldn't deal with Lu Yi, he could only face him head-on. This was the backup plan made by the Spirit Sea Realm warriors of the Demon's Ridge. They were not going to use this plan unless they had no other choice, because once this plan was carried out, it meant that the Demon's Ridge would have to give up many sects. However, if they didn't do that, they wouldn't be able to stop the Grand Heaven Alliance's coalition army. By then, the Myriad Devil Ridge would suffer even greater losses. Orders were passed down one after another. In the direction where the Grand Heaven Alliance army was attacking, the forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge gave up their sects' encampments. All the cultivators retreated in advance. Thousands of miles away, even more forces from the Myriad Demon's Ridge had given up on their bases and were moving forward to meet up with each other. The commotion caused by the Myriad Devil Ridge could not be hidden from the Grand Sky Alliance's investigation. Soon, the Alliance army understood the Myriad Devil Ridge's plan. It had to be said that this was the best response that the Myriad Demon Ridge could make. It was also the only way to stop the advance of the Alliance army. However, at this time, the news that the Myriad Devil Ridge had sent 5 Heaven Level 9 ghost cultivators to assassinate Lu Yi had spread. Naturally, the Grand Sky Alliance was furious. It was like 2 children fighting. One side couldn't win at all and suddenly called a few adults over. How could the Grand Sky Alliance tolerate such blatant breaking of the rules? The last time the Myriad Devil Ridge broke the rules, the Grand Sky Alliance quickly responded. It was the same this time. The flames of war started in the inner circle, spread to the core circle. More and more powerful cultivators from the core circle joined the Alliance army. Seeing this, the Myriad Devil Ridge naturally didn't want to be outdone. A large number of powerful cultivators from the core circle began to gather. The number of cultivators from both sides increased explosively. 10 days later, the 2 armies faced off at the Wei River. The Wei River was a large river that traversed the spiritual stream battlefield. It was 1,000 feet wide and the water was turbid and yellow. The river surged violently. It was also a natural barrier. Usually, cultivators could fly 1,000 feet easily with their weapons. However, at this moment, both sides of the river didn't dare to act rashly. It was because there were too many people on both sides. The Grand Sky Alliance had more than 18,000 people. They had all joined from various places recently. Many of them were Heaven Level 8 and Heaven Level 9 cultivators who came from the core circle. The Myriad Devil Ridge had more than 20,000 people. A cultivator fight of this scale had never appeared on the spiritual stream battlefield before. It involved too many sections. The Grand Sky Alliance had gathered so many people. The number of sects involved was more than 100. The Myriad Devil Ridge had fewer people. It was about 40 sects. Unlike the Grand Sky Alliance, the Myriad Devil Ridge had come in full force. 40 sects had given up their bases in advance and gathered all their people here. It meant that the Myriad Devil Ridge had gathered the power of 40 sects in advance. This was the backup plan that the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge had come up with. Since the Myriad Devil Ridge couldn't defend their bases wherever the Grand Sky Alliance army went, they might as well give up in advance and gather all their forces in one place to fight against the enemy. It had to be said that this decisive move was very effective. At the very least, the Grand Sky Alliance army was blocked at the Wei River and couldn't move forward. The entire cultivation world of the 9 states was focused on this side. A large amount of information was being transmitted to the outside world at every moment. As time passed, more and more cultivators from both sides rushed over after hearing the news and strengthened each other's forces. Lu Yi didn't expect things to develop to this stage. His original intention was to bring some people to attack more bases of the Myriad Devil Ridge forces and gain more merits. However, the situation was slowly getting out of his control. This wasn't a good thing. Once such a large-scale fight broke out, it would be a huge loss for both the Grand Sky Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge, with tens of thousands of people fighting who could guarantee that they would win. Moreover, with the Wei River as a barrier, the side that took the initiative to attack would be at a disadvantage. It could be said that no one dared to take the initiative to attack now. If they wanted to cross the river, they had to fly on their flying spiritual tools. Once their flying spiritual tools were destroyed, there would be heavy casualties. Under such a situation, the cultivators from both sides were in a deadlock with the Wei River in between. The people from the myriad Devil Ridge heaved a long sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. They had finally stopped the Grand Sky Alliance's coalition army. Looking at the entire Spirit Stream battlefield, the coalition army was like a gluttonous silkworm starting from the base of Mount Kanglin. Everywhere it passed, all the bases of the myriad Devil Ridge forces were eaten. There were already 100 or 200 bases of the myriad Devil Ridge that had been destroyed. The losses were incalculable. During the stalemate, the cultivators on both sides didn't stay idle. They provoked and cursed each other across the Wei River. Everyone's hearing was very good. Even though the Wei River was rolling, they could still hear the curses clearly. However, there was only thunder and no rain. Everyone was waiting for the other side to attack first. However, no one was a fool. No one would make such a stupid choice. The ground was covered in feathers. Amidst the curses, the people from the myriad Devil Ridge took special care of Lu Yi. After all, he was the cause of this incident. Before the sect exterminating Leaf, everything on the Spirit Stream battlefield was stable and orderly. However, since the sect exterminating Leaf, everything was in chaos. Now, the powerhouses from the core circle were running to the inner circle. Would they run to the outer circle in the future? From the perspective of the myriad Devil Ridge, the sect exterminating Leaf was the biggest disaster in the world. The deadlock lasted for the third day. Dozens of people gathered in the tent where Lu Yi was. Glancing at everyone, Lu Yi said slowly, "I believe that everyone has received a message from the elders of your sections. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Alliance have agreed to the myriad Devil Ridge's request. They are ready to discuss with them how to resolve this matter." Half an hour ago, he received a message from Shui Yuan, who told him the news. If they weren't forced to, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators from both sides wouldn't sit down and talk. After all, they had a blood feud for so many years. If they could fight, what was the point of talking? Everyone had bad tempers. Maybe the discussion would break down and a bloody battle would ensue. Moreover, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators usually wouldn't care about the Spirit Stream battlefield. To them, the Spirit Stream battlefield was a place for the kids to train. It wasn't worth their attention. However, the situation on the Spirit Stream battlefield this time was too big. It was so big that the kids in the Spirit Stream realm couldn't handle it. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had to step in. Once the two armies that were separated by the Wei River started fighting, it would be a real war. At that time, no matter which side it was, they would suffer huge losses. Everyone nodded. Apparently, they had all received a message from their sections. "Brother Yi, what are your plans?" A Divine Ocean Realm 8 cultivator from the core region asked. Obviously, Lu Yi wanted to do something by calling them here at this time. Lu Ye's expression was calm. Looking at the current situation, the peace talks are the final outcome. It is also the trend of both sides. Perhaps the seniors of the Grand Sky Alliance can make the myriad demons Ridge bleed a little. However, the attack of our allied forces will end here. Everyone was silent. Even though they were unwilling, they had to admit that Lu Yi was right. The myriad Devil Ridge couldn't bear the consequences of the war, and neither could the Grand Sky Alliance. In a battle of this scale, even the powerful cultivators from the core region couldn't gain much of an advantage. Therefore, the only result was that both sides would stop fighting and retreat. However, the myriad Devil Ridge was the one being attacked. Therefore, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Alliance would definitely make some demands that the myriad Devil Ridge could accept. For example, they would compensate for some resources. This would be considered as an explanation to the Grand Sky Alliance. This process wouldn't be short. They would probably wrangle for a while. Therefore, I want to start another battlefield. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Lu Yi in shock. They didn't understand what he meant. After thinking for a while, some people finally understood. Zhao Li said, "Brother Yi, you mean you want to start over at another place?" Chapter 333. Lu Ye's voice sounded in the tent. With the size of the Alliance army, it doesn't make a difference whether I'm here or not. Lu Ye's role in the Alliance army had become very limited after the Alliance army's numbers had exceeded 3,000. Even if 3,000 people attacked, they could break through any of the myriad Devil Ridge's defensive arrays. Lu Ye's role in the Alliance army was mainly in its cohesiveness. The Alliance army had been formed because of him, and the sects that had joined later were all like this. It could be said that Lu Ye's cultivation level wasn't the highest in the Alliance army, but he was the most convincing. Apart from him, even a powerhouse from the core circle would find it difficult to unite the Alliance army. The Alliance army was close to 20,000 people, so it didn't make much of a difference whether he was here or not. The peace talks between the divine Sea Realm cultivators on both sides were inevitable, so the Alliance army was bound to disband. However, Lu Ye wasn't going to give up just like that. He didn't know how many merits he had obtained along the way, but he was still some distance away from his goal. Therefore, no matter what, he had to conquer more myriad Devil Ridge forces. The myriad Demon Ridge had given him the nickname of the sect Destroying Leaf, but in reality he was more like a raging inferno. No matter where he went, as long as he was still on the Spirit Stream battlefield, he would be able to spread this inferno in all directions. "What about us?" a guardian asked. "Wait, we'll put pressure on the myriad Devil Ridge here. This will make it easier for the seniors of the Grand Sky Alliance to make more demands of the myriad Devil Ridge. When the time comes, everyone will be able to obtain more benefits." Everyone fell into deep thought. After a short while, the Heaven Rank 8 cultivator nodded. "Brother Ye's plan is not bad. Do you need us to provide some help? We can send some people to follow you in case the myriad Devil Ridge mobilizes people from the core circle to target you." "No need. Everyone's merits didn't come easy. I'll just take the giant armor." If Lu Ye wanted to open up another battlefield, he would have to use the Heaven's Fate Pillar to teleport to another place on the Spirit Stream battlefield. This kind of teleportation cost a lot of merits. It wouldn't matter if 1 or 2 people did it, but if too many people did it, it wouldn't be worth it. The Alliance army was formed with Lu Ye as the source and core. Now that he wanted to leave, no one had any objections. Although they wouldn't be able to reap benefits with Lu Ye in the future. How many benefits had they gained during this time? This was especially true for the few sects that had followed Lu Ye in his expeditions. They had gained the most benefits. Moreover, the two armies were currently facing each other and there was no way for them to fight. Rather than wasting time like this, it was better to think of a way to create panic and pressure on the myriad Demon Ridge. 30 minutes later, a big ship rose into the sky and flew toward the nearest Grand Heaven Alliance's base. At the same time, in Silver Light Island's encampment, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Luo Fu excitedly found Qi. "Brother Yi is coming." Qi was shocked. "Really? It's true. I just received the news." The Grand Heaven Alliance army, led by Lu Yi, had stirred up quite a commotion recently. The entire Spirit Stream battlefield was paying attention to it. How could Luo Fu and Qi not know? Back then, when Lu Yi had just arrived in the inner circle, he had needed to borrow the power of Ing Jiao to attack the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. At that time, he still didn't have the ability to break other people's defensive array, so after breaking through the Sky Pillar sect's encampment, Lu Yi left. In less than half a year, Lu Yi had single-handedly raised an army of nearly 20,000 cultivators. They had swept through the inner circle, causing the myriad Demon Ridge to suffer unspeakably. Luo Fu and Qi were envious. If Lu Yi had this kind of ability when he first came to Silver Light Island, then the Sky Expanse sect and Azure Billow Mountain wouldn't have been able to benefit from him. In the inner circle, they were clearly the first to contact Lu Yi and were also the first to form an alliance with the Jade Blood sect. If it weren't for the fact that Silver Light Island's encampment was too far away from the Grand Heaven Alliance, Luo Fu would have brought people to help. Every time he thought of this, Luo Fu felt more and more aggrieved. He then led a group of people to cause trouble for the Cloud Smoke sect. Ever since the Sky Pillar sect's encampment was destroyed and more than half of its cultivators were killed, the Sky Pillar sect had become a coward. Under the suppression of Silverlight Island, the Sky Pillar sect still couldn't rebuild their encampment in peace. The Cloud Smoke sect, which had originally been able to rely on the Sky Pillar sect, naturally became the focus of Silverlight Island's suppression. However, the two sects' strength was almost the same, so it wasn't easy for Silverlight Island to suppress them. Therefore, every time Luo Fu went to find trouble with the Cloud Smoke sect, he would call upon the nearby Fahua sect cultivators. Recently, Luo Fu had been eagerly waiting for Lu Yi to lead the Grand Heaven Alliance to his encampment. Then he would be able to join them. But when he learned that the Myriad Demon Ridge had also gathered 20,000 cultivators to confront the Grand Heaven Alliance's army by the Wei River, Luo Fu knew that he wouldn't be able to wait for Lu Ye's arrival. His heart was filled with melancholy. He hadn't thought that Lu Yi would take the initiative to send a message to him, informing him that he was about to arrive at Silverlight Island's encampment. At this time, Lu Yi had abandoned the Grand Heaven Alliance and instead ran to Silverlight Island, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. His intentions were self-evident. Luo Fu and Qi Shi weren't fools, so they could naturally guess Lu Ye's plan. Junior Marshal Brother, it's time for Silverlight Island to rise. Luo Fu's face was filled with excitement. Qi Shi was more or less calm, but he still thought about it a few times before saying, "Contact the Fahua sect." Luo Fu slapped his head. Yes, contact the Fahua sect. Just as he sent a message to the guardian of the Fahua sect, a cultivator from the sect came to report. Senior Marshal Brothers, Senior Marshal Brother Lu is here. Which Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Luo Fu frowned. It's Lu Ye from the Jade Blood sect, Senior Marshal Brother Lu. Luo Fu and Qi Shi looked at each other. They were both surprised that Lu Yi had come so quickly. The news had just been sent over, and the person had already arrived. They hurriedly rushed over to Tianji Hall. When they arrived, they saw that it was indeed Lu Yi, accompanied by a huge body cultivator. When old friends met, they obviously exchanged warm greetings. In particular, the people of Silverlight Island had already sensed Lu Ye's intentions. However, under Lu Ye's orders, the news of his arrival at Silverlight Island was sealed off very soon. The only cultivators who knew about this were ordered to keep their mouths shut, and they were secretly led into a secret room by Luo Fu. For hours later, the guardian of the Fahua sect arrived in a hurry. He had traveled as fast as lightning, desperately flying on his artifact. He did not dare to waste any time. By the time he arrived at Silverlight Island, his face was slightly pale. However, after seeing Lu Yi, the guardian's face immediately glowed with excitement. Just like Luo Fu had thought, he also realized that it was time for the Fahua sect to rise. At this moment, the headmaster of the Jade Blood sect, Tang Yifeng, turned into a streak of light and rushed into the sky, flying off in a certain direction. The flight speed of divine Sea Realm cultivators could not be matched by Spirit Stream Realm cultivators. Previously, Lu Yi had been poisoned by the spies of the Myriad Demons Ridge in the Heaven Expanse sect, so the sect master had only spent a single night with Shui Yuan to cross 2 planes and arrive in the Mist Province from the War Province. Before long, a streak of light approached them from the side. A voice rang out from there, "Elder Tang!" The headmaster turned around and saw who it was. He stopped and waited. The streak of light arrived before him very soon, revealing the figure. It was Pang Zhen of the Vitality sect. The headmaster grumbled, "I'm already so old. Why do I have to come all the way here? Can't you just represent the War Province?" Pang Zhen chuckled. It was caused by the disciples of the Jade Blood sect. If Elder Tang doesn't show up, what's the point of discussing? Is it a request from the Myriad Demons Ridge? That's right. Then I'll have to talk to them properly later. They're all outrageous. They don't know how to respect the old at all. Go ahead, Elder Tang. The War Province is behind you. The Grand Heaven Alliance is also behind you. The headmaster's eyes flickered. He understood. Let's talk as we go. Elder Tang, please. Pang Zhen extended his hand. The two of them immediately turned into streaks of light and flew away side by side. Along the way, Pang Zhen sighed emotionally. Young people nowadays are amazing. They're much more driven than I was back then. The Jade Blood sect has a bright future ahead, Elder Tang. The headmaster's smile was brighter than a flower. However, he said, that kid is too mischievous. He doesn't know the severity of his actions. I'll teach him a lesson later. It's good for young people to have drive. There's no need to be harsh on him. This time, he's won glory for the Grand Heaven Alliance. There aren't many such talents among the younger generation in the Alliance. A few days ago, Elder Su from the Green Jade sect sent me a message. Unfortunately, the Green Jade sect missed such a good seedling. That old geezer just can't bear to see others doing well. Moreover, what does the Jade Blood sect's disciple have to do with the Green Jade sect? Elder Tang, you might not know this, but when we were at Evil Moon Valley, the Green Jade sect was in charge of evaluating Lui. They wanted to recruit him, but after they found out that he only has a one-leaf innate talent, they gave up on the idea. Is that so? Clearly, the headmaster had just learned about this. He could not help but laugh out loud. Serves the Green Jade sect's disciple right for looking down on us. That's right. Who would have thought that a one-leaf cultivator could achieve so much? Speaking of which, why didn't you test his innate talent again, Elder Tang? Logically speaking, it's impossible for a one-leaf cultivator to cultivate so quickly. The testing conditions at Evil Moon Valley back then were simple and crude. Perhaps there was some oversight. The headmaster waved his hand. It doesn't matter if he has a one-leaf or two-leaf cultivation base. My innate talent isn't that great either. When I was tested back then, I only had 34 leaves. So what? A cultivator's cultivation doesn't rely on innate talent alone. There were many people at our age who were more talented than us back then, but where did they go? Didn't they turn into dust in the end? You have a point, Elder Tang. However, this little fellow still cares a lot about his one-leaf title. I remember this title was given to him by that brat from the Vitality sect called Lashan. When you return, tell him to hurry up and advance. Otherwise, when Lu Yi enters the Cloud River battlefield, Lashan will suffer. Ha ha ha, I know about this as well. If that day really comes, it'll be Lashan's fault. Chapter 334. The 9 provinces consisted of the Heaven Plain, Ding Plain, Green Plain, Thunder Plain, War Plain, Cloud Plain, Mist Plain, Serene Plain, and Song Plain. The Green Plain and Mist Plain were under the complete control of the Grand Heaven Alliance, while the Cloud Plain and Thunder Plain belonged to the Myriad Demon Ridge. As for the remaining 5 provinces, the sects of the 2 great factions stood side by side. There was no clear right of ownership. Occasionally, the East would prevail over the West, and at other times, the West would prevail over the East. They were territories that the 2 sides fought over. The Myriad Demon Ridge had mentioned the peace talks, so the location was obviously chosen by the Grand Heaven Alliance. There was a continuous mountain range where the Green Plain and Cloud Plain intersected. The mountain range was like a huge dragon that stretched across the ground. It rose and fell, separating the 2 plains. Crouching Dragon Mountain was where the Grand Heaven Alliance had chosen to hold the talks. When the sect master and Pang Zhen arrived at the agreed-upon location, there were already over a dozen people waiting there. They were all Divine Sea Realm cultivators, and they were all among the peak of the Divine Sea Realm. Unlike what an ordinary person imagined, not only did these 10-plus top experts from both sides not come into conflict with each other, they were even chatting happily with each other. If someone who did not know better saw this, they would probably think they were all from the same faction. Did they have no grievances with each other? Obviously not. Every single one of them had slaughtered their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They had already lost count of the lives they had taken. This was because everyone knew that the purpose of this meeting was to discuss how to resolve the conflict on the Spirit Stream battlefield. It was impossible for them to fight. Since they could not fight, why did they have to be so cold? Only when the two people from the warplane arrived did everyone stop chatting and laughing. "We're late." Pang Jin clasped his fist. Actually, he and the sect master had not been slow. It was the people from the other planes who had arrived too quickly. This was more than enough to demonstrate how eager the Myriad Demon Ridge was to negotiate. The leader of the Myriad Demon Ridge was an old man with a waxy complexion. He said, "Since everyone's here, let's begin." No one had any objections. Pang Zhen immediately flicked a jade slip towards the old man. There was nothing else in the jade slip, only the various requests from the Grand Heaven Alliance. This was what he had discussed with the divine sea realm cultivators of the various provinces on the way here. There was no problem with the Myriad Demon Ridge wanting to negotiate. The situation was in a stalemate right now. The Grand Heaven Alliance did not want the little fellows in the Spirit Stream battlefield to get into a fight. However, the Myriad Demon Ridge was the one being attacked, so they definitely had to pay a price. The old man reached out and caught the jade slip before scanning it with his divine sense. Then he expressionlessly passed it to the person next to him. Grand Heaven Divine Sea Realm cultivators of the Myriad Demon Ridge all had different expressions of the divine Sea Realm cultivators. The Grand Heaven Alliance, the Grand Heaven Alliance's alliance was, and the Grand Heaven Alliance. They had already expected that Grand Heaven Alliance's price would not be too low, but they had underestimated Grand Heaven Alliance's determination to rip them off. The conditions in the jade slip had already exceeded their psychological limit. They could not agree to it at all. It should be known that the Grand Heaven Alliance was not only asking for compensation in terms of resources, but they were also taking the opportunity to ask for half of the province. That? By heaven. The price was too high, so high that it was not sincere at all. Pang Jin chuckled. "If you are not satisfied, we can talk slowly." "We can talk slowly, but the little fellows in the Spirit Stream battlefield can't be slow. They are all young and vigorous. If they fight impulsively, many of them will die," the Grand Heaven Elder said. He used his divine sea and gave the jade slip back. "This is the sincerity of the Myriad Demon Ridge. If the Grand Heaven Alliance thinks it is enough, we can stop here." Pang Jin took back the jade slip. He checked it and shook his head. "I don't see any sincerity." He gave the jade slip to the chief. The chief waved his hand and said, "I am old. I don't want to read it. You can discuss." Lu Yi was the one who caused this. No matter how much the Myriad Demon Ridge would pay, the Grand Heaven Alliance would not lose out to the Jade Blood Sect. The chief didn't want to worry about it. The jade slip passed through the hands of the divine Sea Realm cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance. When it was returned to Pang Jin, there was more content in the jade slip. Pang Jin checked it and added some more. Just like that, the small jade slip passed through the hands of the divine Sea Realm cultivators. The content was added and subtracted, but they couldn't reach a consensus. The divine Sea Realm cultivator of the Myriad Demon Ridge said that they couldn't be slow, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry when he was negotiating with the Grand Heaven Alliance. He checked every line carefully and deleted them. After half a day, when the jade slip was returned to him, he helplessly found that the content of the jade slip was not much different from when Pang Jin gave it to him the first time. He couldn't help but look up at Pang Jin. Pang Jin was smiling. Pang Jin, the Grand Heaven Alliance, should show some sincerity. Then it depends on you. One side asked for too much, and the other side asked for too much. It would be strange if they could reach a consensus. The sect master looked down and closed his eyes to rest. He faintly felt that this matter would take at least half a month to reach a conclusion. As for the Spirit Stream battlefield, there was no need to worry. With the Wei River as a barrier, neither side dared to make the first move. Moreover, those little fellows were waiting for the results of the negotiations. While the Divine Sea Realm cultivators were haggling over every detail, the cultivators of the Silver Light Island and the Fahua sect had arrived at the Cloud Smoke sect's encampment and started to attack the formation. The cultivators of the Cloud Smoke sect were helpless. Ever since the Sky Pillar sect was crippled, they had been bullied like this. Every now and then, the Silver Light Island and the Fahua sect would do the same. It could be said that the Cloud Smoke sect was used to it, other than the people who were taking care of the formation. The other cultivators of the Cloud Smoke sect were still doing what they were supposed to do. After all, it was impossible for the Silver Light Island and the Fahua sect to break the formation. At most, the Cloud Smoke sect would lose some spirit stones. Then, the Cloud Smoke sect's guardian, who was in charge of controlling the formation, saw a familiar young man walk out of the crowd with more than 30 people beside him. He didn't react until the group of people, led by the young man, took out the formation flag. Sect Exterminating Leaf. The guardian's face turned pale and his voice trembled. His mind went blank and he almost thought that he was seeing things. It was rumored that the Sect Exterminating Leaf and the Grand Sky Alliance's army were facing off against the 20,000 cultivators of the Myriad Devil Mountain at the Wei River. Logically speaking, it was impossible for this person to appear here. However, if he didn't care about the merit points and used the Heavenly Fate Pillar to teleport, he could go anywhere in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Did that Sect Exterminating Leaf lack merit points? Of course not. Who knew how many cultivators of the Myriad Devil Mountain had died at his hands? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been called the Sect Exterminating Leaf. Retreat to the 9 provinces. The Cloud Smoke sect's guardian only needed a moment to figure out what had happened. He immediately ordered his sect's cultivators to retreat to the 9 provinces. However, the Cloud Smoke sect's cultivators didn't gather together. They were used to the attacks of the Silver Light Island and the Fahua sect, so they didn't take this attack seriously. As a result, the Cloud Smoke sect's cultivators were scattered all over the place. By the time everyone received the order, they had already missed the best time to retreat. The formation was broken, and the cultivators of the Silver Light Island and the Fahua sect swarmed in. Lu Yi and Giant Armor led the way. In an instant, the Cloud Smoke sect's base was covered in blood. After taking over the Yunyan Order's base, Lu Yi immediately entered the Tianji Hall to steal the blessing from the Tianji Pillar. After taking his share, he didn't wait for Luo Fu and the others to finish cleaning up the battlefield. He flew up with Giant Armor and disappeared in a flash of light. Luo Fu's shout rang out, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up!" Lu Yi didn't wait for Luo Fu because he was running out of time. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the 2 factions had already started to negotiate, and it wouldn't be long before the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators gave orders. Lu Yi had to conquer more forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge before the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators made a decision. On one hand, he wanted to earn merits, and on the other hand, he could increase his bargaining chip in the negotiation. While the Silver Light Island and the Fahua sect were attacking the Cloud Smoke sect's base, the 2 nearby forces of the Haotian Alliance had gathered enough people and were rushing toward the base of another force of the Myriad Devil Ridge. When Lu Yi arrived, he could cooperate with them to break the sect's defensive formation. On the Spirit Peak of the Crouching Dragon Mountain, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators were still discussing, but the atmosphere was no longer as peaceful as before. Although they didn't quarrel for the sake of their reputation, sarcastic words kept coming out of their mouths, until one moment the elder of the Myriad Devil Ridge suddenly received a message. He checked it with his mind and calmly handed the jade slip to Pang Zhen. "This is the bottom line of the Myriad Devil Ridge. If the Haotian Alliance thinks it's okay, then sign the Heavenly Secret Contract." Pang Zhen took the jade slip and checked it. He was slightly surprised because the Myriad Devil Ridge had shown a lot of sincerity this time. The conditions in the jade slip hadn't been reduced by much. This result was better than he had expected. Negotiation was like doing business. One side raised the price, and the other side paid the price. Then they would slowly come up with a result that was acceptable to both sides. The previous negotiation obviously didn't go well, but the myriad Devil Ridge suddenly took a big step back. There must be something wrong if something was out of the ordinary. Pang Zhen was an experienced man, and he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. There must be a reason for the myriad Devil Ridge to make such a decision, but he didn't know what the reason was. Lu Ye's eyes flashed. He handed the jade slip to the sect leader. Elder Tang, take a look. The sect leader, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. He had already stated that he wouldn't participate in this negotiation, but Pang Zhen asked him to take a look at the contents of the jade slip. Obviously, something unexpected had happened. The sect leader took the jade slip and checked it. He was also surprised because the myriad Devil Ridge really took a big step back this time. The sect leader raised his head and looked at the elder of the myriad Devil Ridge. Pang Zhen also looked at him. The elder's eyes twitched. He knew that he couldn't hide it, so he simply said bluntly, "The Cloud Smoke sect's base has been occupied. Now the Milieu sect's base is..." Well, just now the Milieu sect's base was also occupied. He turned to look at the sect leader. The Jade Blood sect has an amazing little guy. Chapter 335. The Divine Sea Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Alliance immediately took out the map of the Spirit Stream battlefield. They found that the Cloud Smoke sect and the Milieu sect were hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Wei River. They knew that the little guy from the Jade Blood sect must have spent a lot of merit points to use the Heaven's Fate pillar to teleport. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cross such a long distance so quickly. For other Spirit Stream Realm cultivators, this method of teleportation wasn't worth it. After all, merit points weren't easy to come by. Every teleportation cost thousands of merit points. But it was different for Lu Yi. He did spend a lot of merit points, but as long as he captured someone else's base, he could earn them back. First, there was the Cloud Smoke sect. Now there was the Milieu sect. Who would be next? Even an idiot would know that Lu Yi was going to spread the flames of war everywhere. Just like how he managed to create the Grand Heaven Alliance army, he could create the second one now. This was the reason why the myriad Devil Ridge took a big step back. The old man knew that if he didn't stop Lu Ye's actions quickly, he could really turn the entire inner circle into a pot of porridge. This kid is too reckless. I'll reprimand him now. With that, the head elder started to send a message to Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Yi, who was flying with the giant armor, checked his own battlefield imprint and saw the head elder's message. The message was simple, only 4 words. "Leave everything to me." Lu Yi was relieved. On the Spirit Mountain, the Divine Sea Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Alliance started to get busy. They sent out messages to inquire about the Spirit Stream battlefield. The information they received was the same as the information provided by the myriad Devil Ridge. They also received news that Lu Yi left not long after capturing the Milieu sect's base. He was already heading to the 3rd base of the myriad Devil Ridge. The old man leading the myriad Devil Ridge wanted to continue negotiating with Pang Zhen several times, but Pang Zhen raised his hand and stopped him. Pang Zhen's face was serious. He looked very busy, but he was actually very happy. The old man sighed. "Pang Zhen, there's no point in stalling. If we can stop that kid once, we can stop him a second time. We'll just have to give up a few bases." Pang Zhen nodded. "We've seen the myriad Devil Ridge's courage." The elder felt tired. "Tell me the conditions of Haotian Alliance." Pang Zhen was no longer in a hurry. He stared at the old man and said indifferently, "In addition to the conditions just now, I'll add half a province's base. As for which half a province it will be, your myriad Demon Ridge can discuss it among yourselves. This matter is not urgent and can be done slowly." To be honest, the conditions that the Myriad Demon Ridge had agreed to previously had already exceeded his expectations. If there was no new news, it would definitely be the best outcome for this peace negotiation. However, the situation was different now. Lu Yi had opened up a second battlefield by himself. The confrontation at Wei River was no longer important. If Pang Jin couldn't see the value of this action, then he didn't deserve to be the vice leader of Haotian Alliance. Just as he had said, the Grand Sky Alliance wasn't in a hurry. The Myriad Devil Ridge should be in a hurry. The longer the delay, the greater the losses on the Myriad Devil Ridge's side would be. Every time a garrison was captured, a large amount of merit points and resources would be lost. As for the old man saying that he could stop Lu Yi a second time, he would do so. If Lu Yi could open up a second battlefield, then he could open up a third, a fourth. As long as he didn't die, the Myriad Devil Ridge wouldn't be safe. Pang Zhen needed to consider how to use his side's advantage to maximize the benefits of the negotiation. The more Lu Yi caused trouble on the Spirit Stream battlefield, the more pressure the Myriad Devil Ridge would have to bear. Pang Zhen, don't push your luck. The old man's tone was no longer as warm as before. No one would be able to remain calm when faced with such a situation. The Grand Sky Alliance had made it clear that they wanted to control the Myriad Devil Ridge. The Myriad Devil Ridge couldn't and didn't dare to back down too much. So you can discuss it slowly and come up with a plan that you can accept. Pang Jin chuckled. The old man took a deep look at him and didn't say anything else. He sent out a message while communicating with the Divine Sea Realm cultivators around him. Not long after, another piece of news came from the Spirit Stream battlefield. After the Cloud Smoke sect and the Milieu sect, the third garrison of the Myriad Devil Ridge had been captured. Now, Lu Yi had gathered the power of 6 sects and gathered more than 1,000 cultivators. Their morale was high as they set off for the next garrison of the Myriad Devil Ridge. In this area, the forces of Grand Sky Alliance who heard the news were all eager to take action. They all led their men to join the alliance. On the other hand, the Myriad Devil Ridge was also making emergency arrangements. Just like before, the Myriad Devil Ridge factions took the initiative to abandon their bases in the direction of the Alliance army. Everyone gathered in one location. 2 days later, the two armies each had 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators. They were separated by 3 miles and were facing each other. However, the situation was different from the first one. There were no natural barriers between the two armies, so the situation was much more serious. This was because a careless mistake could really trigger a large-scale war. Only then did the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators let out a sigh of relief. The Myriad Devil Ridge didn't lose too much this time. The main reason was that they had experience in dealing with such a situation and had made timely arrangements. Therefore, the second army that Lu Yi pulled out only captured a dozen or so garrison of the Myriad Devil Ridge forces along the way. Even so, looking at the battlefield, the dragon that represented the Myriad Devil Ridge had another broken dragon bone. On the spirit peak of the crouching Dragon Mountain, the Myriad Devil Ridge elder looked at Pang Zhen with a gloomy expression. "Can we talk now?" For the past 2 days, both sides had been waiting and didn't communicate at all. Only now did the Myriad Devil Ridge stop the second army's attack. Pang Zhen was surprised. "The Myriad Devil Ridge has made a decision? Let's hear it." The elder said, "The conditions remain the same." "Then what should we talk about? If you guys continue to delay like this, I'm afraid that Kid will run out and open up a third battlefield." The eyelids of the Divine Sea Realm cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge couldn't help but twitch. This was also what they were most worried about. Now, a strange situation had appeared on the Spirit Stream battlefield. All the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge's major sects had been recalled to defend their garrisons. Every sect was jittery. Any Grand Sky Alliance cultivator who came to attack would be scared out of their wits. They were afraid that a sect destroying you would suddenly jump out from the other side. "No matter what, we can't give up half of the province. I'm hungry. Pang Zhen rubbed his stomach and looked at the others on his side. Who brought food? The elder turned to look at the sect master. Brother Tang, Lu Ye is a disciple of the Jade Blood Sect. Before he could finish, the sect master waved his hand and said, Our Jade Blood Sect is just a rank 9 sect. This is a serious matter and we can't comment on it. We will listen to the Grand Sky Alliance. Just a rank 9, these words were harsh to the ears. But it was the truth. A monster appeared out of a rank 9 sect, and now the Myriad Devil Ridge was in a terrible situation. But the Myriad Devil Ridge couldn't do anything to him. True Lake Realm cultivators were sent out, but 2 of them died. They also sent a Heaven rank 9 ghost cultivator to kill him, but they were all wiped out. If that kid was in the 9 continents, these divine sea realm cultivators could easily kill him, but he was in the spirit stream battlefield. These divine sea realm cultivators had never hated Tianji's mediation and suppression so much. They are fighting. A divine sea realm cultivator suddenly said with a trembling voice. What? Everyone present, whether it was the Grand Sky Alliance or the Myriad Devil Ridge, turned pale with fright. Pang Zhen wasn't hungry anymore and hurriedly asked for information on the Spirit Stream battlefield through their own channels. They hadn't come up with a definite result yet. How did they start fighting? Which side was fighting? If it was the Second Allied Army led by Lu Yi, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, there weren't many people there. But if it was the Wei River that started fighting, things couldn't be settled. After a while, everyone received the exact news. They really started fighting. Fortunately, the Wei River was safe. After all, there was a natural barrier between them. Tens of thousands of people didn't dare to act rashly. It was the Second Allied Army, led by Lu Yi, that started fighting. 6,000 to 7,000 inner circle cultivators fought. Then, the Myriad Devil Ridge suffered a great loss. The reason for this result was that a strong reinforcement came from the Jade Blood Sect. The divine sea realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Alliance looked at each other. At their level of cultivation, it was unprecedented for them to be affected by a group of spirit stream realm cultivators. They couldn't help but sigh. The little guys nowadays were really good at causing trouble. If they were all like the little guy from the Jade Blood Sect, they would probably lose hundreds of years of their lives. Life was too exciting. On the other hand, the divine sea realm cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge all looked gloomy. They looked at the sect master with unkind eyes. The sect master glared at them. Why are you looking at me? I didn't give the order. It's not proper for me to reprimand him. At this moment, in the Spirit Stream battlefield, thousands of cultivators of the Grand Sky Alliance were chasing after the fleeing Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Among them, a giant eagle was particularly eye-catching. The giant eagle was Little Gray from the Jade Blood Sect. Originally, the Myriad Devil Ridge had used the same trick and gathered thousands of cultivators to block the front. Lu Yi had planned to leave this place and start a third battlefield elsewhere. However, before he could do anything, a message came from the battlefield mark. Hua Xiai had come. As early as when Lu Yi pulled the first coalition army to fight, Hua Xiai wanted to help. No matter what, she was a disciple of the Jade Blood Sect and a medical cultivator. Lu Yi was often injured in the war, and she could help treat him. However, the journey was too far. Who would have thought that Lu Yi would leave the Wei River and run to Silver Light Island? They weren't very far from the Jade Blood Sect. Hua Xiai immediately set off with Little Gray. When she sent a message to Lu Yi, they were almost there. Knowing that Hua Xiai had brought Little Gray, Lu Yi seized the opportunity to order the coalition army to attack. Although this second army of 3,000 people had only been formed for a few days, they had been invincible under Lu Ye's leadership. Therefore, even if they were facing enemies with similar numbers, the 3,000 Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators still rushed out without hesitation when Lu Yi gave the order. Chapter 336. The myriad Devil Ridge's cultivators were dumbfounded. No one expected the Grand Heaven Alliance to attack just like that. They thought the situation here would be the same as the Wei River, where both sides would be in a stalemate. After all, both sides had so many people. Once they fought, both sides would suffer losses. No one could guarantee that they would win. However, the Grand Heaven Alliance really attacked. They hurriedly arranged the formation. In the sky, a huge figure quickly swept over the charging Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators. It flapped its wings in midair, and a sky full of wind blades attacked. A gap was immediately torn in the myriad Devil Ridge's front line. For example, Little Gray and Ying Jiao were all Overlord-level demonic beasts in the Spirit Stream battlefield. What was an Overlord level? It meant that their strength had reached the limit of the Spirit Stream battlefield. They could be the king of the entire battlefield. Even the cultivators on the Spirit Stream list couldn't compare to them. Back then, Ying Jiao was attracted by the blood chi in the scale armor. It almost broke through the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment with its own strength. The Sky Pillar Sect's cultivators tried their best to resist, but it still killed hundreds of them. As a demonic beast on the same level as Ying Jiao, how could Little Gray be weak? Moreover, compared to Ying Jiao, Little Gray, who was born with the ability to fly, was more of a threat to cultivators because it was agile enough. It swooped down a few times, and the sky was full of wind blades. One by one, the cultivators were chopped into pieces, and blood was everywhere. Several huge gaps were torn in the myriad Devil Ridge's tight defense line. Just as the myriad Devil Ridge's cultivators were panicking, the Grand Heaven Alliance's coalition, led by Lu Yi and Giant Armor, arrived. Like a hot knife through butter, the Grand Heaven Alliance's coalition easily split the myriad Devil Ridge's front line. Although the myriad Devil Ridge resisted, the front line was already in chaos. How could they resist? Often, as soon as they took out their spirit weapons, several attacks greeted them. They fell into a pool of blood without making a sound. The battle only lasted for a short time before the myriad Devil Ridge's front line completely collapsed. What happened next was simple. The Grand Heaven Alliance's coalition army split into two groups. One group was led by Lu Yi and had more than 1,000 people. The other group was led by Luo Fu and had more than 2,000 people. They chased after the myriad Devil Ridge's cultivators who fled. In this battle, the myriad Devil Ridge's cultivators lost more than 1,000 people, while the Grand Heaven Alliance lost less than 200 to 300 people. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. The Divine Sea Realm cultivators on both sides also repeatedly ordered the Wei River Guardian envoys not to act rashly. Half of the reason why Lu Yi was able to win was because of Little Gray. This kind of overlord-level demonic beast was simply too terrifying. The situation at the Wei River was different. If they really fought, no one would have an advantage. A day later, the Alliance army that had split into two groups gathered again. Along the way, they swept through a few abandoned bases of the myriad Demon's Ridge and continued to move forward. On the ship, Lu Yi sat cross-legged with his upper body bare. The new and old scars on his body were a ghastly sight. Hua Xiai sat beside him, gentle spiritual energy gushing out from her palm to heal the new wounds on Lu Ye's body. He sighed slightly in his heart. When he first met Lu Yi, the scars on his body were also so hideous. After so long, it was still the same. "Why are you working so hard?" Hua Xiai said slowly. "If this goes on, I might really have to burn paper offerings for you one day." He glanced at Yi. "Why didn't you stop him?" Yi stuck out her tongue. How could she stop Lu Yi when he was rushing to kill the enemy? The only thing she could do was to stay close to Lu Yi and block some of the hidden arrows for him. "How's the station?" Lu Yi asked. "Very good. When they heard that you were in the inner circle, they all clamored to come and help. Chun, you wanted to come this time too, but I stopped him. Chun, you has reached the 8th order, right?" He reached the 8th Order 2 months ago, but there were many trivial matters at the station, so he didn't leave for the time being. If you come, won't there be no one to take charge of the situation at the station? Before I left, I already transferred the position of Vice Guardian to Guiyang. This matter has also been approved by second senior sister. Guiyang, that's good. Compared to others, his temperament is relatively calm. Second senior sister can't be wrong about people. While they were chatting, the battlefield mark suddenly moved. Lu Yi hurriedly checked and found that it was a message from the sect master. We can't hold on any longer. Do you have any requests? You can tell me. This old master will try to persuade you. Seeing this message, Lu Yi knew that Myriad Demon Ridge was anxious. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message. At the same time, on the spirit peak of Crouching Dragon Mountain, the atmosphere between the spirit sea realm cultivators on both sides had begun to turn solemn. The old man from Myriad Demon Ridge said in a deep voice, Pang Zhen, you don't want to fight to the death, do you? Indeed, our Myriad Demon Ridge can't stop Lu Ye's methods right now and can only passively resist. But if we let him continue like this, there might be an all-out war on the spirit stream battlefield. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the divine sea realm cultivators of Grand Heaven Alliance turned serious. Once an all-out war on the spirit stream battlefield happened, it meant that all the sects in the 9 states would be swept in. Don't underestimate the courage and determination of Myriad Demon Ridge. Right now, Myriad Demon Ridge had suffered a great loss and was about to be pushed to the limit. If Lu Yi still had any follow-up actions, it might really trigger an all-out war on the spirit stream battlefield. Anyway, I'm already having a hard time, so I won't let anyone else have a good time. It was foreseeable that when the time came, blood would flow like a river on the spirit stream battlefield. No sect would be able to live in peace. Half a state, don't mention this again. You know that Myriad Demon Ridge won't agree to this condition. Other than this, other conditions can be discussed. Obviously, he was implying that they could compensate with more resources. The old man looked at the sect leader again. If little friend Yi has any conditions, he can raise them alone. Myriad Demon Ridge will give priority. The source of the matter was Lu Yi. Although Myriad Demon Ridge was negotiating with Grand Heaven Alliance represented by Pang Zhen, they still had to consider the feelings of the Jade Blood Sect and Lu Yi. Yi does have his own conditions, the sect leader said. Everyone looked over. The sect leader lowered his eyes slightly. 3 months ago, Yi went to the Sky Expanse sect's encampment and was secretly poisoned. He almost died on the spot. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Once he did, the divine sea realm cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge became angry. At that time, the people of the Jade Blood Sect had gone overboard. They all thought that Lu Yi had been poisoned to death and were overjoyed. But what happened in the end? 2 months later, that guy appeared in the Spirit Stream battlefield alive and well. While his cultivation in the Tao of Formations had greatly improved, he also pulled together a Grand Heaven Alliance army and stirred up a storm. Hundreds of Myriad Demon Ridge forces suffered greatly. When they heard that Lu Yi had come back from the dead, Myriad Demon Ridge was dumbfounded. They really didn't understand how he survived because that poison not only targeted the physical body, but also the soul. Once a spirit stream realm cultivator was poisoned, there was no chance of survival. Just as the divine sea realm cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge looked uncertain, the sect leader changed the topic. Fortunately, he was lucky. Although he was on the verge of death several times, he was still saved. Myriad Demon Ridge still hadn't come to a conclusion as to why Lu Yi was able to escape death, because only a few people knew the whole story. However, it was useless to think about this now. But he has always remembered the person who poisoned him. If they hadn't invited Xue Yuan in time that day, and if Lu Yi didn't happen to have a treasure like the soul-cleansing water, giant armor, and Zhao, Li would have died. Lu Yi didn't know which Myriad Demon Ridge force did it, but how could Myriad Demon Ridge not know? This grudge had to be avenged. So, Yi wants to know which force did it. The old man of Myriad Demon Ridge waited for him to continue, but he didn't. He frowned and said, "That's it." The sect leader said, "What else can we do?" The old man pondered for a moment and said the name of a sect. "Swear on the heavenly secret oath." The old man's face darkened. "Brother Tang, you and I have known each other for so many years," the sect leader said bluntly. "It's because we have known each other for so many years that I know your character. How would I know if a random sixth-rank sect is true? If it's true, what's wrong with swearing on the heavenly secret oath?" The old man didn't speak. "Oh ho! Another Myriad Devil Ridge encampment has been captured." The sect master suddenly took pleasure in their misfortune. "Golden Cloud Tower." The old man said the name of another sect. "As far as I know, Golden Cloud Tower is the main instigator." The sect leader immediately cursed. "If I knew it was this group of bastards who were secretly causing trouble, I should have wiped them out back then." This time he didn't ask the old man to swear on the heavenly secret oath, because he could feel that the old man didn't lie to him. He sent a message to inform Lu Yi of this matter. In the ruins of a conquered station, Lu Yi checked the message from the sect leader. In Golden Cloud Tower, Lu Yi was deep in thought. He had heard the name of this force before. On the top of the Golden Light, Senior Sister Wei Yang, who came to save him, specifically told him about 3 sections. One was Sacred Fire Sect, one was Golden Cloud Tower, and the other was 100 Refinements Valley. These 3 forces were originally first-rate sects, either first-rate or second-rate. However, they were beaten down by the Jade Blood Sect, and all the divine Sea Realm cultivators in the sect were slaughtered. Until now, they had not recovered and were only at the 4th or 5th rate. Lu Yi was no stranger to Sacred Fire Sect. His last opponent on the top of the Golden Light was a holy maiden of Sacred Fire Sect. That woman destroyed her spiritual orifices to fight with him, but was killed by him. Sacred Fire Sect Station had already been destroyed. Lu Yi had a deep impression of this group of Dharma cultivators whose brains had been burned by their own sacred fire. Therefore, when he led the first coalition army to fight in all directions, he kept an eye on Sacred Fire Sect Station and advanced all the way. He didn't really target them, but just went with the flow. Lu Yi had never come into contact with 100 Refinements Valley, so he investigated it carefully. It was very far from here. Looking at Golden Cloud Tower's position, it didn't seem very far. Based on the speed of the coalition army's advance, it would take less than 3 days to reach Golden Cloud Tower Station. He raised his hand and tapped on his battlefield imprint. Chapter 337. On the Spirit Peak of Crouching Dragon Mountain, the headmaster received Lu Ye's message again. He looked flustered and exasperated. "He's rebelling. He's rebelling." Pang Zhen hurriedly said, "Elder Tang, don't worry. What happened?" The headmaster said, "He told me to give him 3 days. He wants to destroy Golden Cloud Tower's base. Otherwise, he won't be able to get his way in the future. What kind of nonsense is this? He's so disrespectful. Sigh, the Jade Blood Sect hasn't accepted any disciples for decades. I've forgotten how to teach them. It's my fault." He looked bitter and hateful, but anyone with a discerning eye could see his intentions. Pang Zhen didn't know how to respond. He couldn't play along. After all, he was the deputy leader of the Hautian Alliance. He was someone who cared about his reputation. The elder from the Myriad Devil Ridge had a dark expression. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence. "Tell him to attack Golden Cloud Tower directly. If he dares to touch any of the other Myriad Devil Ridge bases along the way, the Myriad Devil Ridge will fight to the death with the Hautian Alliance. Heavens will bear witness to this." Pang Zhen's expression turned serious. The headmaster nodded. "I'll make it clear to him and ask him to focus on the big picture." In the Spirit Stream battlefield, Lu Yi checked the message from the headmaster. He knew that things couldn't go on like this. Ever since he came out of the Tianyan sect, he had gathered two Hautian alliance armies and conquered more than 100 forces from the myriad Devil Ridge. His side had gained a lot while the myriad Devil Ridge had suffered heavy losses. Now that the Divine Sea Realm cultivators from both sides were negotiating, they had basically reached an agreement. If this continued, there would be no way to end it. Of course, with his methods and abilities, he could continue to open up more battlefields and conquer more myriad Devil Ridge bases. However, if he did that, he would be forcing the myriad Devil Ridge to fight to the death with him. It was a good idea to take advantage of this opportunity to retreat and extort some benefits from the myriad Devil Ridge. Thinking about this, Lu Yi asked Luo Fu to gather the guardian envoys from all sides for a meeting. These guardian envoys had obviously received instructions from their respective elders. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't need to explain much. Everyone understood the current situation. It was a pity, but there was nothing they could do. The confrontation between the two sides had always been like this. Even if one side had a great advantage and could cripple the other side, they couldn't let the other side see no hope. That was because the side without hope wouldn't care about the consequences and jade blood sex. After a short while, everyone dispersed and prepared to gather the cultivators of their respective sects and return home. Moments later, the Alliance army left, returning the way they came. Only Lu Yi, Hua Ci Giant Armor, and Yi were left in the occupied myriad Devil Ridge base. Li Ti, Hua Ci, and the others were stunned. What shocked them even more was that a moment later, someone really did appear from that direction. He had a jade-like face, starry eyes, sharp eyebrows, and a head of sparkling and translucent white hair. There was also a gourd hanging at his waist. Who else could it be but Li Baxian? How did you know I was here? Li Baxian was surprised. He hadn't exposed his tracks, but Lu Yi had still seen through him. Senior brother joined the Alliance army as a rogue cultivator half a month ago and chased me all the way from the Wei River to here. I would be a fool if I didn't notice you. Li Baxian had quietly rushed over when Lu Yi had led the first Alliance army to fight in all directions, but he had kept his tracks hidden. Calculating the time, it was after Lu Yi had been killed by those Heaven Rank 9 ghost cultivators. He was obviously worried about Lu Ye's safety and came to protect him. He didn't expose his tracks, not because he didn't want to meet Lu Yi, but because he felt that it would be more convenient to hide. Lu Yi had used the Heaven's Fate Pillar to teleport to Silverlight Island from the Wei River, and Li Baxian had also hurriedly followed. He had secretly killed many experts from the core circle during this time. Good. Li Baxian was undoubtedly happy that Lu Yi had such keen senses, and he finally understood why Lu Yi had dared to have the Alliance army retreat first, only bringing a few from the Blue Blood sect with him. It turned out that he had known that he was nearby, with the third place on the Spirit Stream list protecting him. As long as he didn't encounter too many enemies, he wouldn't be in any danger. Moreover, there shouldn't be anyone coming to kill Lu Yi at this time, and the Myriad Demon Ridge was eager for him to stop. So who would dare to cause trouble? Are we going to Golden Cloud Tower? Li Baxian asked. He had clearly obtained some accurate information. Lu Yi nodded. Let's go. Li Baxian raised his hand, and a large spirit sword appeared in front of him. He jumped on it, and the spirit sword quickly grew in size as he did so. Lu Yi and the others also jumped on. The next moment, sword light soared into the sky. If Little Gray was still here, they could naturally take him to Golden Cloud Tower Station. But Little Gray had always obeyed the order Feng Wujiang had given him to guard the Blue Blood Sect station. It had no problem using him to travel, but he wouldn't stay outside for too long. So after the previous battle, Little Gray had already flown back to the Blue Blood Sect station. The scenery around them quickly receded, and Lu Yi sighed in amazement. He had long heard that sword cultivators were very fast, but now that he had personally experienced it, he knew that this reputation was well deserved. Of course, this had a lot to do with Li Baxian's powerful background. While flying on his sword, Li Baxian faced the wind and drank wine in a low voice, seeming to be in a good mood. Although he wasn't a disciple of the Blue Blood sect, he was still a member of the Blue Blood sect. Now that the sect had produced Lu Yi, he felt proud. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter a few flying cultivators, but after seeing Li Baxian's sword light from afar, they would hurriedly avoid him, obviously sensing that the owner of this sword light was not to be trifled with. With Li Baxian's sword-controlling technique, the journey that would have taken 3 days was completed in less than a day. Golden Cloud Tower's encampment was covered in a barrier of light. Hundreds of Golden Cloud Tower's cultivators were gathered in the encampment, and everyone's expression was extremely ugly. They had already received a message from the sect and knew of Myriad Devil Ridge's decision to give up their encampment to appease Lu Yi's anger. However, how could they willingly accept such a decision? Everything in the encampment was built by generations of Spirit Stream realm cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower. It was built with the blood and lives of their ancestors. Therefore, even though the higher-ups had repeatedly ordered them to stay, the cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower didn't withdraw before the time limit was up. No one had expected that Lu Yi, who was supposed to arrive in 3 days, would arrive in 1 day. Once the news spread, the cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower were both shocked and furious. Soon, several hundred cultivators gathered inside the defensive formation and looked at Lu Yi through a light screen. They didn't see the Grand Heaven Alliance army, only a few people led by Lu Yi. This made the cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower somewhat restless. If they made a move now, they might be able to kill Lu Yi. However, after seeing the white-haired youth beside Lu Yi, their restless thoughts immediately calmed down. Who didn't know Li Baxian, who was ranked 3rd on the Spirit Stream list? His iconic white hair and the wine gourd at his waist were all proof of his identity. Outside the barrier, Lu Yi's gaze turned and finally fixed on a black-robed man. "Are you going to open the barrier yourself, or do you want me to break it?" The black-robed man was undoubtedly the guardian or deputy of Golden Cloud Tower, because the jade pendant that controlled the barrier was hanging on his waist. Hearing Lu Yi's question, the black-robed man just looked at him expressionlessly. Lu Yi didn't say anything else and raised his hand to summon a few formation flags. He threw them at the nodes of the barrier. As he did so, his spiritual power began to surge. In just a dozen breaths, a small gap was torn in the thick barrier. He had used this method to take over the station of Saint Sunlight Mountain. Now that he was much more proficient in formations than before, tearing a gap like this was a piece of cake. Under the shocked gazes of the cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower, Lu Yi led a few people behind him into the barrier through the gap. The gap behind him quickly closed as if it had never appeared. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The sound of spiritual weapons being slowly unsheathed came one after another. The cultivators around secretly surged their spiritual power, ready to attack. Li Baxian grabbed his wine gourd and took a large gulp, burped in satisfaction, and then sized up the surroundings with a smile on the corners of his mouth. His sharp gaze swept past the vital points of the Golden Cloud Tower cultivators, one after another. Every cultivator he saw felt their bodies turn cold. Death was like an invisible beast that clung to their necks and licked their souls, causing them to tremble. Under the silent pressure, some cultivators couldn't stand the torture anymore. Their faces turned red, and their hands holding the spiritual weapons were shaking. They were about to explode. The black-robed man suddenly spoke. "Li Baxian, if you dare to kill a single man of Golden Cloud Tower, Golden Cloud Tower will fight you to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent dagger, only a foot long, was suddenly pressed against his forehead. No one could see how Li Baxian made his move. The transparent short sword silently appeared in front of a Sky Realm Level 7 cultivator. The short sword slightly shined and stabbed into the skin of the black-robed man. Dark red blood flowed down his forehead and separated at the bridge of his nose, leaving 2 blood-red lines on his face. "Are you threatening me?" Li Baxi tilted his head and looked at him. "I dare you to say one more word." The black-robed man's face turned green, but he didn't dare to say another word. He knew that a sword cultivator would never be threatened. If he dared to say another word, he would become a dead body the next moment. He wasn't afraid of death, but if he died, the war would be unavoidable. Countless people of Golden Cloud Tower would die. A top sword cultivator's killing was no joke. Chapter 338. It could even be said that Li Baxi was deliberately provoking them. If Golden Cloud Tower couldn't help but make a move here, there would be endless trouble in the future. Unless they were absolutely sure they could kill Lu Yi. If so, they would be the heroes of Myriad Devil Ridge. However, how difficult would it be to kill the sect exterminating Leaf under the protection of Li Baxi? The black-robed man didn't have the confidence, so he didn't dare to make any moves. He secretly regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken his disciples back to the 9 states. He had been greedy for the 1 or 2 day time limit, and now Golden Cloud Tower was in an awkward situation. The short sword let out a slight hum, and the sword light slashed down diagonally, shattering the jade pendant hanging on the black-robed man's waist. With the destruction of the jade pendant, the great array stopped operating. Although there was still a light curtain covering it, it had lost all the power of the great array. "Giant armor, open the way!" Lu Yi ordered. Giant armor immediately moved forward. Along the way, there were cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower blocking his way. He didn't dodge at all and directly crashed through them. From time to time, there would be muffled groans and even the sound of bones breaking. With Giant Armor's powerful physique, not to mention that no one in the inner circle could compete with him in terms of physical strength, there were only a few body cultivators in the core circle. How could those cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower block him? Following closely behind Giant Armor, Lu Yi moved forward with his saber. The hundreds of cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with humiliation and anger. However, without the order of their guardian, no matter how unwilling they were, they didn't dare to make the first move. Everyone knew what the consequences of making a move would be. The Divine Sea Realm cultivators of the 2 sides had already negotiated the terms. Golden Cloud Tower was Lu Ye's last stop. It was important to send this god of plague away as soon as possible. As for losing some face and some blessings from the Tianji pillar, it was not a problem. Myriad Devil Ridge would compensate Golden Cloud Tower later. This was also the reason why Li Baxi didn't start a massacre here. Today, no matter who made a move without permission, it would destroy the peace talks between the Divine Sea Realm cultivators. The consequences were not something a few Spirit Stream Realm cultivators could bear. Giant Armor forcibly opened a path in the crowd, directly to the Tianji Hall. Lu Yi entered Heaven's secret hall and used her authority as the guardian of Blue Blood Sect to begin plundering the blessings of Golden Cloud Tower's Heaven's secret pillar. On the square, the cultivators of Golden Cloud Tower closed their eyes in pain. Cracking sounds came from the divination hall as if their spines were broken. As the various blessings were plundered, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the encampment became thinner at an extremely rapid rate. The range of the encampment's radiation was also constantly shrinking. Even the defensive array that was barely holding on had shattered. A short while later, he stepped out and nodded slightly at Li Baxi, who was standing guard outside the hall. Once again, Li Baxi unleashed the wide flying sword. Several people jumped up one after another. Li Baxi laughed loudly and flew up on his sword, turning into a ray of light in an instant. In all these years, he had never been so happy. With his ability on the Spirit Stream battlefield, except for a few powerhouses on the Spirit Stream rankings, he could kill almost anyone he wanted. However, They had never experienced the feeling of intruding into a sect's encampment with just a few people and brazenly plundering the blessings of another sect's Tianji pillar while being surrounded by hundreds of enemy cultivators. The sullen look on those Golden Cloud Tower cultivators' faces when they were angry but did not dare to say anything was truly delightful. Almost at the same time that Li Baxian left with Lu Yi and the others, a group of divine Sea Realm cultivators on Crouching Dragon Mountain's Spirit Stream Peak received the news. In that short period of time, these divine Sea Realm cultivators had their hearts in their throats, because they had received a piece of news that made everyone's hair stand on end. Sect exterminating Yi had only brought a few people to Golden Cloud Tower's encampment. As a result, before Golden Cloud Tower's cultivators had returned to the 9 provinces, the two sides had met at Golden Cloud Tower's encampment. No one knew what would happen next. If Golden Cloud Tower's cultivators could not hold back and made a move, then not only would the Spirit Stream battlefield be completely chaotic, even these divine Sea Realm cultivators would have to fight here. Fortunately, Golden Cloud Tower was still sensible. Golden Cloud Tower's losses had to be compensated, but this was something that the Myriad Demon Ridge had to consider. The old man from the Myriad Demon Ridge looked at the sect master and said, "Brother Tang, this matter has been resolved satisfactorily, but don't let something like this happen a second time." The sect master nodded repeatedly. "I'll confine him later." The divine Sea Realm cultivators from the Myriad Demon Ridge coldly glanced at the sect master. How could they not understand this old fox's thoughts? Nominally, he was going to confine Lu Yi, but in reality, he was protecting him in disguise and letting that brat lie low. The matter this time was far too big. The matters of the Spirit Stream battlefield rarely affected the 9 provinces. After all, the Spirit Stream realm was still too low. However, this time, the Spirit Stream battlefield attracted the divine Sea Realm cultivators of both sides to gather to discuss a solution. This was something that had never happened before. It could be said that sect exterminating Yi had done many things that were impossible for Spirit Stream realm cultivators. Because of him, the Spirit Stream battlefield had been turned into a mess. If he dared to appear at the Spirit Stream battlefield at this time, he would definitely be targeted. The old man looked at Pang Jin again. "The agreed compensation will be prepared within a month." Pang Jin nodded lightly. He wasn't worried that Myriad Demon Ridge would go back on their word, or rather, Myriad Demon Ridge wouldn't dare to go back on their word. If they really did so, they would only be looking for trouble. A moment later, the divine Sea Realm cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge flew away under the lead of the old man. Pang Zhen let out a long breath as the tense string in his heart finally relaxed. For the sake of the Spirit Stream battlefield, these divine Sea Realm cultivators had stayed here for a few days, constantly paying attention to the situation there. It was a rare experience to be in such a state. "Let's go," Pang Zhen called out, and everyone flew up into the air before quickly dispersing. After all, they all came from different continents, so the direction they returned to would definitely be different. Halfway back, Pang Zhen said, "Old Tang, that brat is now a 9th order cultivator. After he cultivates a heaven-grade secret art, he should be able to go to the core circle." "What do you mean?" "If he wants, he can go to the Vitality Sect station to cultivate." The sect master nodded. "I'll talk to him later. It's up to him to decide." The sect master understood that Pang Zhen wasn't trying to win over his disciple or the Jade Blood Sect, but was protecting him. Lu Yi had caused such a big commotion in the Spirit Stream battlefield this time, so all the forces of Myriad Demon Ridge viewed him as a thorn in their side. With his 9th order Spirit Stream realm cultivation, he was considered top-notch in the inner circle, but after he cultivated a heaven-grade secret art and entered the core circle, he would be nothing. At that time, he would definitely be targeted by the cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge. It was foreseeable that once he entered the core circle, the attacks from Myriad Demon Ridge would begin. The situation in the core circle was different from the inner circle. There were many masters there, so the response would be faster. Even if Lu Yi had the means to break the spirit array, it would be difficult for him to act as recklessly as he did in the inner circle. The Vitality Sect was a first-grade sect. If Lu Yi went to the Vitality Sect station to cultivate, he would be safer. As cultivators of the War Province, they should help each other. However, the sect master couldn't answer this question and only said that he had to ask Lu Yi. 7 or 8 days later, a sword light descended from the sky and landed in the Jade Blood Sect station. The reason why it took so long was mainly because, even with Li Baxian's cultivation, it was a little difficult for him to bring a few people with him on the artifact. On the way back, everyone had to take turns to fly the artifact, so the speed was naturally much slower. However, the journey back was very peaceful. They didn't even meet a single cultivator from the Myriad Devil Ridge. Recently, the Myriad Devil Ridge had really been beaten to a pulp. Their sect's encampments had been destroyed, one after another. The sect-protecting grand array that they relied on in the past was no longer effective. The people of the Myriad Devil Ridge were still immersed in the terrifying atmosphere of being dominated. Even though there was news that the sect-exterminating leaf had stopped, they did not dare to relax in the slightest. All the cultivators stayed in the station all day long, in case of any accidents. On the square of the Jade Blood Sect station, hundreds of cultivators who had already received the news were waiting. When they saw the sword light descend, everyone led by Chunyu, Guyang, and the others bowed. "Welcome back to the sect, fifth senior brother." Just as Hua Xiai had said before, when they heard that Lu Yi led the Grand Heaven Alliance's coalition army to fight in the inner circle, the cultivators of the Jade Blood Sect had been clamoring to help. However, the journey was too far, and everyone's cultivation was not high, so they gave up. In the end, when they learned that Lu Yi had pulled out a second coalition army, they sent Hua Xiai as a representative to help. Now that Lu Yi had returned successfully, the Jade Blood Sect naturally welcomed him warmly. Their guardian had done so many great things outside. Even if the disciples didn't participate, they couldn't help but feel honored. Some people's identities were different because of their different standpoints. To the Myriad Devil Ridge, Lu Yi was a scourge, a heinous devil that everyone wanted to kill. However, to the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Jade Blood Sect, Lu Yi was a blessing and a hero. The group was lively, and many people were curious about the giant armor that Lu Yi had brought back. They had always heard that Lu Yi had an extremely powerful body, cultivator by his side. However, rumors were just rumors. It wasn't until they saw it with their own eyes that they realized how exuberant the armor's vitality was. Hishin, who was also a body cultivator, couldn't help but go up and punch the armor's sturdy chest twice. The armor was completely fine, but her punches hurt. The difference in cultivation was one thing, but the difference in physique was the main reason. Looking at the lively crowd, Li Baxian, who was standing to the side, felt gratified. He felt endless vitality from these young junior brothers and sisters. He had once thought about when the Jade Blood Sect station would be as lively as the other sect stations. However, in the end, the Jade Blood Sect was about to be removed from the list. Until today, he saw the scene that he had been yearning for day and night. After a long while, the crowd gradually dispersed. "Little junior brother, I'm going back," Li Baxian suddenly said. He had once been brooding over the fact that he had to join Pill Heart sect despite being from the Jade Blood Sect. But now the knot in his heart had been untied. As long as the Jade Blood Sect still had Lu Yi, it would never decline. He could even see the prospects of the Jade Blood Sect rapidly rising under the leadership of his little junior brother. Little junior brother had done what he wanted to do, but couldn't. So how could he have any regrets? Chapter 339. Senior brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. It's rare for you to come back, so I still have some things to ask you. Li Baxian smiled and raised his hand to touch his battlefield imprint. Send me a message at any time. Second senior sister seems to have made a lot of delicious food. I haven't seen the old man in a long time. Since I'm back, I should go visit him. With that, Li Baxian strode towards the divination hall. Lu Yi gave Hua Xiai a look, and Hua Xiai followed with Yi and Giant Beetle. After a short while, they returned to the 9 states' main sect through the divine secret pillar. Lu Yi stayed behind and raised his hand to press the divine secret pillar. After running around for so long and plundering blessings from the divine secret pillar of the Myriad Demon Ridge encampment, it was finally time to reap the rewards. This kind of blessings could only be converted into a corresponding amount of sect merit points on the divine secret pillar. With his experience in the chess sea, Lu Yi was very familiar with this. With his authority as a guardian, he checked the number of sect merit points on the divine secret pillar. It was only a little over 2,000 points. There was only one type of blessings on the divine secret pillar, and that was to increase the spirit chi of the encampment. There were 19 of these blessings, and each one could increase the spirit chi of the encampment by 10%, including the 10% bonus provided by the divine secret pillar itself. The spirit chi of the Jade Blood Sect encampment was now 2 times worse than in the wild. If the spirit chi concentration in the wild was 1, then the spirit chi concentration in the Jade Blood Sect encampment was 3. He used to think that the spirit chi of the Jade Blood Sect encampment was quite rich, but after visiting the encampments of the other major sects, Lu Yi found that the spirit chi of the Jade Blood Sect was nothing. With a thought, the blessings that he had plundered from the battlefield imprint shattered one after another, turning into specks of fluorescent light that fell into the divine pillar. For a moment, the entire divine pillar seemed to be surrounded by fireflies that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The number that was displayed on the Tianji pillar that represented the sect's contribution points was also changing at an extremely exaggerated speed. 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Lu Yi didn't know if other sects' Tianji pillars had such an exaggerated amount of sect merit points, but in the outer circle and even the inner circle, there was absolutely no sect that had such a terrifying amount. As for the core circle, it was hard to say. If an ordinary 9th order cultivator was worth 9 merit points, what kind of concept was 3 million merit points? This meant that with Lu Ye's current cultivation, he would have to kill a total of 333,333 people. This number was very terrifying. Although Lu Yi had killed many people from the Myriad Devil Ridge, it was far from a fraction of this number. Of course, the source of merit points was not just from killing enemies. Previously, he could also obtain merit points by dealing with the insect horde. Selling items in the Tianji treasury also gave merit points. There were also some other uncommon methods. But to the general public, killing enemies was the most common way to earn merits. In the end, the number of sect merit points was fixed at 3. 1 million. It was not outrageous to have such an exaggerated number. One had to know that the first coalition, led by Lu Yi, had destroyed more than 100 Myriad Devil Ridge bases. Except for the first 3 bases, which Lu Yi did not plunder, he had a share of the remaining bases. Because the coalition was led by Lu Yi, his share was larger than everyone else's, at most 10% and at least 5%. The sects in the inner circle had developed for many years, so the number of blessings on their divine secret pillars was extremely large. Under such plundering, how could his harvest be poor? The number of bases destroyed by the second coalition was smaller, but there were still 20 or 30 of them. Especially in the final battle against Golden Cloud Tower, Lu Yi had taken all the blessings for himself. Many a little makes a mickle, which was why he had such an exaggerated harvest. After running around for so long, and even learning that the Divine Sea realm masters of the 2 sides had begun to discuss peace, Lu Yi had begun to open up the second battlefield precisely for this moment. It was enough, and there was a lot of wealth. Lu Yi was not in a hurry to increase the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the sect. Instead, he directly used his authority as a guardian to give himself a monthly salary. In the past, he had thought that the monthly salary was related to the total number of sect merit points and could not exceed 10% of the total number. Later, he realized that it was also related to his own contributions. If he did not contribute enough, no matter how many sect merit points he had, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. That was why he had been able to give himself and Huasii a monthly salary so smoothly. It was because those merit points were obtained by him and Huasii in the Chessie. With 1 million merit points, he could only give out 310,000 merit points at most. With a thought, the battlefield mark on the back of Lu Ye's hand immediately heated up, as if a soldering iron had been branded on the back of his hand. This burning sensation came quickly and left quickly, disappearing in an instant. Lu Yi checked his merit points and confirmed that he had obtained 310,000 merit points. Only then did he start to increase the spirit chi of his base. The more blessings one bought from the Tianji pillar, the more expensive it would be. Each one cost 500 merit points, more than the previous one. When Lu Yi had bought the first one, it had only cost 500 merit points. But if he wanted to buy another one now, it would cost him 10,000 merit points. The proportion of spirit chi increased would not change. So in the later stages of a base's development, if one wanted to increase the density of heaven and earth spirit chi, they would have to spend an enormous amount of merit points. It could even be said that the development of a base was like a bottomless pit. Lu Yi did not mind. He immediately used the sect's contribution points to purchase the items. His remaining 2,790,000 contribution points decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. The Heaven's Fate pillar was also constantly twisting and changing. Numerous cracking sounds could be heard coming from within. Inside the base, the cultivators of the Blue Blood sect were still immersed in the joy of Lu Ye's triumphant return when suddenly the world changed. For some reason, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the entire base became extremely abnormal. Before the cultivators could investigate the source of this abnormality, the sky above the base began to churn, followed by a large expanse of dark clouds rapidly condensing. These dark clouds were like thick cotton wool, blocking the sunlight shining down from the sky, as if a giant shadow beast was slowly pressing down from the sky. The oppressive feeling caused the disciples of the Blue Blood sect to panic. But what frightened them even more was that the already thick, dark clouds were becoming even thicker and denser. At this moment, Vice Guardian Guiyang hurriedly walked out of his residence and looked up. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly sent a message to Lu Yi while taking out the jade pendant that controlled the Grand Array and hurriedly withdrew it. No matter what this abnormality was, if he did not withdraw the defensive Grand Array, when the dark clouds descended, the Grand Array would most likely collapse. A moment later, he rushed into the Tianji Hall and anxiously said, "Fifth senior brother, it's not good. Quickly go out and take a look." Lu Yi, who had been standing here buying blessings until he lost his patience, turned his head and asked, I don't know why, but there are some strange phenomena in the sky." Lu Yi frowned and flashed out of the Tianji Hall. After looking up for a moment, he waved his hand to Guiyang and said, "It's fine." He then walked into the Tianji Hall and continued to buy blessings. Guiyang was a little dumbfounded. Such an obvious phenomenon of heaven and earth. As if doomsday was coming. How could it be fine? However, if fifth senior brother said it was fine, then it was fine? He comforted the cultivators of the sect as he walked into the Tianji Hall. Immediately, he heard a dense crackling sound. He slowly walked to Lu Ye's side and asked suspiciously, "Fifth senior brother, what are you doing?" He used to be a loose cultivator and had not been the vice guardian for long, so he naturally did not know anything about this. "Come by it. You can familiarize yourself with it." Lu Yi raised his hand and gestured for Guiyang to stand in his position. Guiyang did as he was told. When he checked the number representing the sect's merit points on the Tianji pillar, his eyes almost popped out. He could not believe it and carefully counted again to confirm that he was not mistaken. He turned his head to look at Lu Yi as if to confirm. Buy it. Oh. Gu Yang hurriedly did as he was told. Gotcha! A dense crackling sound came from inside the Tianji pillar again. Lu Yi also raised his hand and pressed it on the Tianji pillar. His mind was connected to the Tianji treasury. Soon he found what he was looking for. It was a rare elixir that could only be bought in the Tianji treasury. Even the Tianji Merchant Union did not have it. The value of each elixir was as high as 150,000 merit points. He had investigated this elixir before and was shocked by its high price. He thought that it would be difficult for him to gather enough merit points to buy this elixir. His original plan was to continuously accumulate merit points, and one day he would have enough. However, his trip to the inner circle had allowed him to quickly accumulate enough merit points. He had to thank the sects that had their encampments destroyed in the Myriad Demon Ridge. There were not many of these elixirs in the Tianji treasury. There were only 8 of them in total. According to Second Senior Sister, when she was still at the Spirit Stream battlefield, there were still more than 30 of these elixirs. However, as time passed, more and more people bought these elixirs from here, and the number gradually decreased. No one knew where these elixirs came from, because no one in the 9 provinces could refine them. There were many treasures in the Tianji treasury that were difficult to obtain or refine for cultivators of the 9 provinces. Some people speculated that these things were left behind by the cultivation world of the previous era. Therefore, the more they were used, the fewer they became. One elixir was worth 150,000 merit points. Lu Yi did not even bat an eyelid and directly bought 2 of them. His originally rich merit points had shrunk to a fraction. However, even if it was a fraction, it was still more than 10,000 merit points. Retracting his mind, Lu Yi took out 2 ancient wooden boxes of unknown age. Lu Yi opened them and checked. After confirming that the elixirs inside were not damaged, he carefully put them away. 5th Senior Brother, I can't buy them anymore. Gu Yang's voice came. Lu Yi pressed his hand on the Tianji pillar and checked the sect's merit points. Originally there were 79 million merit points. Now there were only 400,000 left. As for the Tianji pillar, there were a total of 99 spirit chi blessings. Lu Yi tried to buy them and found that it was as Gu Yang said. 99 spirit chi blessings is really the limit. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. He had heard from Li Baxian that the outer circle's Tianji pillar should have 99 spirit chi blessings. However, since ancient times, no outer circle sect had been able to buy their Tianji pillar to this extent. Therefore, no one could say for sure whether it was true or not. Chapter 340. Cracking sounds continued to come out from the pillar of heavenly secrets. In the sky above the encampment, the dark clouds had already thickened to the point that the entire encampment became dark. Everyone looked up. Although they still felt uneasy, Guiyang had already comforted the cultivators in the sect, so they didn't panic much. The moment the sound from the Tianji pillar disappeared, the thick, dark clouds suddenly sank. From a distance, it looked like a huge piece of cotton had fallen on the Jade Blood Sect station. A strong wind blew, and the disciples squinted their eyes. When the dark clouds collapsed and the sun came out again, the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the entire station had undergone a tremendous change. The cultivators were extremely sensitive to this change. Exclamations sounded everywhere in the station, and all the disciples looked incredulous. The spirit chi of heaven and earth in the station suddenly became much richer. Previously, the Tianji pillar only had 19 blessings, but now there were 99 blessings, which was 10 times the density of the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the wild. This change was very obvious. The disciples cheered. They were all rogue cultivators. In the past, they didn't have a place to live, so they all relied on the market outside the Jade Blood Sect station. Only after Lu Yi came to the station, did he accept them as disciples, allowing them to enjoy the treatment and benefits that normal cultivators should have. Some time ago, the spirit chi of the station had increased, and the disciples were all happy because their cultivation efficiency had also increased. The increase was even more exaggerated now. It had increased from 2 times to 10 times. Everyone knew that good days had come. Even if their talent was not very good, their cultivation efficiency would not be worse than that of cultivators from other sects in such an environment. While the disciples in the station were celebrating, Lu Yi had already returned to the main sect in the 9 regions with the help of the Tianji pillar. The station was lively, but the main sect was still bleak because there were very few official disciples in the Jade Blood sect. In addition to the few people brought by Hua Xiai at the beginning, only Guyan, Hixin, and a few others were added. They spent most of their time cultivating in the station and rarely returned to the main sect. Lu Yi first went to pay his respects to the sect master and listen to his teachings. This time the matter in the inner circle is so big. The 2 divine sea realm cultivators have already agreed on the terms. The Myriad Devil Ridge will pay some compensation as a condition for you to stop. Don't go out for a while and avoid the limelight. Yes. Lu Yi responded and asked, Sect Master, I can't casually break other people's station formation in the future. Who said that? Didn't you say that the Spirit Sea Realm warriors of the 2 sides had already reached an agreement? That's the condition for you to stop this time. If you stop, can't you come out again? However, everything had to wait until the Myriad Devil Ridge paid the compensation. Moreover, if the incident in the inner circle happened again, the Myriad Devil Ridge would not let the Grand Sky Alliance go. They had already suffered such a huge loss and would not allow something similar to happen again. Hence, you have to control your actions in the future. Don't provoke Wan Mo Ridge too much. If you really force Wan Mo Ridge into a life and death struggle, Hao Yan Alliance won't have it easy either. Lu Yi thought for a moment. Disciple understands. The sect master's meaning was very clear. In the future, Lu Yi could still use his own means to attack and occupy the Myriad Devil Ridge's base. However, it was best not to do it like this time, which involved thousands or even tens of thousands of Grand Heaven Alliance army. It would easily cause the Myriad Devil Ridge to retaliate. Then this disciple will take his leave. 1 leaf. Lu Yi turned around. The sect master looked at him with a smile. It was this old master's good fortune that Evil Moon Valley accepted you as a disciple. It was the Blue Blood sect's good fortune. Lu Yi bowed. This disciple is also fortunate. Go. Now that he thought about it, he was able to successfully enter the Blue Blood sect. On one hand, it was luck, and on the other hand, it was because of Pang Dahai. That day, it was Pang Dahai who carefully explained and secretly advised Lu Yi to choose the Blue Blood sect. That day in Evil Moon Valley, he only felt that Pang Dahai's words were deliberately mystifying. However, now it seemed that he had good intentions. Pang Dahai was the nephew of Grand Heaven Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master, Pang Jin, and was also a disciple of the Vitality sect. Now that he thought about it, Pang Dahai obviously did not want to see the Blue Blood sect eliminated, so he secretly advised him to join the Blue Blood sect in order to maintain the existence of the Blue Blood sect. If there was a chance, he would have to thank Pang Dahai. Every time Lu Yi returned from a trip, Shui Yuan would make a lot of delicious food. This time was no exception. At the dining table, everyone ate heartily, especially Zhu Jia. He had never eaten such delicious medicinal cuisine before. After sitting at the table, he did not stop eating. He ate until his tongue was almost swallowed into his stomach. He had a dull personality. Even though he had been following Lu Yi all this time, he had a happy-go-lucky attitude and did not care much about other people. However, at this moment, Zhu Jia could be said to be in awe of Shui Yuan. Lu Yi and Li Baxian exchanged toasts. 4th senior brother looked at Shui Yuan guiltily, but when he realized that 2nd senior sister was ignoring him, he immediately let go. There was wine. They drank wildly and were slightly tipsy. After filling their stomachs, everyone dispersed. On the Moon Lake, Lu Yi and Li Baxian were rowing a boat in the center of the lake. There was a fishing rod in front of each of them, and they were fishing. Yi was brewing tea at the side, and the fragrance of the tea filled the air. Lu Yi was not good at fishing. He usually went into the lake to catch fish, but fourth senior brother was well versed in this and especially liked the feeling of fishing. Every time he came back, he would come to the Moon Lake to catch some blood-red trout. The blood-red trout can be considered a cultivation resource of our sect. Did I tell you before that this kind of spiritual fish is used to temper the bodies of the disciples? You did. Every disciple has a certain share, but I didn't know this when I was young. Every time I was greedy, eldest senior brother or second senior sister would bring me here to catch one. Sometimes it was unknown, and sometimes it was discovered by the old man, and I couldn't escape a beating. So, I especially hated the old man when I was young. Now that I think about it, the old man's cultivation level is at the spirit C tier. Nothing in the sect can be hidden from him. I thought I was doing things secretly, but in fact, he was just too lazy to care. Then, every time I was beaten, it was eldest senior brother and second senior sister who protected me. Eldest senior brother, what kind of person is he? Li Baxian was silent for a moment, and then said, "He's as talented as you are, but eldest senior brother is different from you." Eldest senior brother was unknown in the spirit stream tier, and he suddenly showed great talent when he reached the late stage of the Cloud River tier. Then he quickly advanced to the True Lake tier and the Divine Sea tier, pushing the Jade Blood sect to the position of a top sect. However, eldest senior brother is the reason for your success and failure. Little junior brother, the environment you grew up in is much harsher than ours, and you will encounter more dangers in the future. So, I hope you remember one thing, and don't follow eldest senior brother's path. Lu Yi nodded. I won't. Yi served 2 cups of tea and sat quietly to the side, watching the bobbing fish in the lake. Didn't you notice anything different about second senior sister this time? Li Baxian suddenly asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't have anything to do with you drinking?" Li Baxian laughed involuntarily. She's in a good mood, so naturally she doesn't care. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Second senior sister has advanced to the Divine C tier." Lu Yi was shocked. Before he came to the Blue Blood sect, the entire sect only had the sect master and second senior sister, one at the Divine C tier and the other at the True Lake tier. If it weren't for the fact that the Blue Blood sect's rank was very high back then, it would have been removed from the sect long ago. Now that second senior sister had also advanced to the Divine C tier, the Blue Blood sect had 2 Divine C tier cultivators. Shui Yuan being able to advance to the Divine C tier at this time should have something to do with the soul cleansing water he gave her. But then again, the Blue Blood sect's personnel structure was a bit broken. Under the 2 Divine C tier cultivators, not to mention True Lake tier cultivators, there wasn't even a Cloud River tier cultivator. The sect's development was a long way to go. The news hasn't spread yet, so only a few of us know. While speaking, Li Baxian suddenly raised his fishing rod, and a crimson blood red trout jumped out of the water. Yi clapped her hands and jumped up in joy, so excited that her little face was red, as if she was the one who caught the fish. Lu Yi also raised his fishing rod, but he caught nothing. Li Baxian laughed. Fishing seems simple, but it's a test of patience. At the same time, you need to grasp that fleeting opportunity. Little junior brother, there are some things that don't need to be rushed. Just let nature take its course. He obviously saw something and said meaningfully, the development of a sect doesn't rely on one person. Eldest senior brother is an example, so I don't want you to follow in his footsteps. Understood. You didn't ask me to stay just to eat, right? What else do you want? I want to ask senior brother about the art of controlling artifacts. It's said that senior brother can control 100 swords. Is that true? What do you think? Li Baxian didn't answer, but asked instead. It's a bit exaggerated. Lu Yi answered truthfully, because his soul power was far superior to cultivators of the same level. He was qualified to say such words. In terms of soul power, Lu Yi was confident that Li Baxian couldn't compare to him, but his current limit was probably not 10 spirit artifacts. 100 swords was too terrifying. I didn't expect to be underestimated by little junior brother. Li Baxian chuckled and suddenly patted the gourd at his waist. When the gourd's mouth opened, a clanging sound rang out. Behind Li Baxian, streams of light floated. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the streams of light emitted multicolored rays of light. It was very beautiful. Lu Ye's eyes swept over and he was shocked. The rumor was actually true. Li Baxian controlled 100 swords with his Heaven 8 cultivation. How did he do it? Lu Yi was puzzled. I'll teach you. A moment later, on the shore of Moon Lake, Lu Yi and Li Baxian were 40 zhang apart, attacking each other with their artifacts. Ding ding dang dang dang. Sounds rang out incessantly. As they continued to exchange blows, Li Baxian's voice occasionally entered Lu Ye's ears. In the center of the lake, the boat was still there. Yi was looking at the 2 fishing rods. She was busy for a long time, but didn't catch a single fish. Yi was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Yi's figure jumped and silently entered the water. The clanging sounds on the shore continued. In this kind of practical training, it was no doubt easier to find one's own shortcomings, especially when the opponent was an expert who could control 100 swords. Chapter 341. At dawn, Li Baxian left. Lu Yi learned a lot after a night of teaching. He finally understood how his 4th senior brother was able to control 100 weapons with his 8th heaven cultivation. After understanding this mystery, Lu Yi realized that Li Baxian's method wasn't completely suitable for him. It required a bit of innate talent, and this was something he was lacking. However, he could use other people's help to polish jade. This night's teaching was enough to raise Lu Ye's weapon controlling skills to a new level. In the air, Li Baxian flew on his sword against the rising sun, holding a storage pouch in his hand. Lu Yi gave it to him before he left, saying it was a gift for him. He had no reason to refuse a gift from his junior brother, so he gladly accepted it. There was no restriction lock on the storage pouch, so Li Baxian easily opened it. He reached inside and took out a bottle. The bottle was sealed and there was a label on it. Li Baxian looked down and his expression changed slightly when he saw the 3 words on it. Soul cleansing water. Li Baxian's eyes narrowed. After cultivating for so many years, he naturally knew what soul cleansing water was. He also knew that the reason why his 2nd senior sister could reach the divine sea realm so quickly was related to the soul cleansing water given to her by his junior brother. But he didn't expect that he would also have a share of this treasure. How much soul cleansing water did his junior brother bring out? He opened the bottle and checked it. It wasn't full, only half full. Li Baxian immediately felt refreshed when the unique smell entered his nose. Even his perception became a bit clearer. This half bottle contained at least a dozen drops of soul cleansing water. Such a treasure was extremely attractive to divine sea realm cultivators. This gift was indeed a little too expensive. Lu Yi brought out 3.5 bottles of soul cleansing water from Immortal Essence City. He used a few drops of one bottle and gave it all to Shui Yuan. As for the other half, he gave to Bai Qian and used the rest in the 100 Formation Pagoda. There were 2 bottles left, one of which was given to Yi. She had a spirit body, so soul cleansing water was the most effective for her. As her cultivation increased in the future, she could slowly use it to increase the power of her spirit. The last bottle was divided into 2 portions by Lu Yi. One portion was half of the bottle in Li Baxian's hands, while the other portion was kept by Lu Yi in case he needed it. At this point, the arrangement of the soul cleansing water brought out from the Immortal Essence City was clear. Holding the soul cleansing water in her hand, Li Baxian shook her head and smiled. She knew that her little junior brother had been afraid she would refuse, so he had specially given it to her in a storage bag. After solemnly putting away the soul-cleansing water, Libashian discovered that there was something else in the storage bag. He took them out, and when he saw that they were two extremely ancient wooden boxes, his expression instantly became serious. He had seen this kind of wooden box before, and he had seen it more than once, because he would often enter the Tianji treasury to check how many of these items were left. He saw with his own eyes that these treasures, which could only be bought in the Tianji treasury, were being reduced one by one. A few days ago, there were only 8 left, but he was unable to buy them. Even with Li Bashian's calm state of mind, his hands holding the 2 wooden boxes couldn't help but tremble slightly. If these things were really the treasures he had been looking for in the Tianji treasury, then their value was simply too great. Compared to the half bottle of soul-cleansing water, these 2 wooden boxes were what he needed the most. Taking a deep breath, she opened one of the wooden boxes and saw a perfectly sealed spirit pill inside. She then looked at the other box and saw the same thing. Li Bashian's sword light stopped, and he felt that his hand and heart were heavy. He was sure that these were the treasures he had been looking for in the Tianji treasury, the aperture replenishing pill. As the name implied, this spirit pill was used to repair damaged spirit cavities. When a cultivator's spirit cavities were damaged, it wasn't that they couldn't be repaired, but the price to repair them was too high. A single aperture replenishing pill cost 150,000 contribution points. Who could afford it? Therefore, when Dong Shai's spirit cavities were damaged, he was unable to recover from the setback. He knew that with his own ability, it was impossible to repair his spirit cavities in this lifetime. Because Li Bashian's spirit cavities were damaged, he had been stuck in the spirit stream stage for over 10 years. Was it because he couldn't advance to the Cloud River stage? That wasn't the case. After a cultivator changed to a heaven-grade cultivation technique, they could choose to advance to the Cloud River stage. In other words, the minimum requirement for a cultivator to advance to the Cloud River stage was to open 240 apertures. However, advancing to the Cloud River stage like this would greatly affect one's strength, and one wouldn't have much potential in the future. Thus, in the inner circle of the battlefield, there were still a few older spirit stream tier cultivators. However, in the inner circle, there were basically no such people. That was because those who hung around in the inner circle had all switched to cultivating heaven-grade cultivation techniques. And when cultivators reached a certain age and opened 240 apertures, they would basically choose to advance to the Cloud River tier. The cultivation world of the 9 continents had done a statistic before. Those who advanced to the Cloud River stage with less than 300 apertures only had a 30% chance of advancing to the true lake stage in the future, and it was impossible for them to advance to the divine ocean stage. Those with more than 300 apertures had a 70% chance of advancing to the true lake stage, and had a certain chance of advancing to the divine ocean stage. If one could advance to the Cloud River stage with 360 apertures, then, as long as they didn't die midway, their chances of advancing to the divine ocean stage would be as high as 80%. Li Bashian only had 1 spirit cavities damaged. The other 359 apertures were already opened. If he wanted to, he could have advanced to the Cloud River stage long ago. The reason why he hadn't advanced was because he was unwilling. After all, he was an outstanding talent of the 9 continents. His cultivation was at the Heavenly 8 stage, and he was ranked 3rd on the Spirit Stream stage. How could Li Bashian be willing to advance to the Cloud River stage in such a damaged state and reduce his future potential? In the past 10 years, he had been accumulating merit points, and he wasn't far from the 150,000 mark. He was only worried about one thing, and that was that before he could accumulate enough merit points, the supplement aperture pills would be sold out. But now, all of his worries had vanished, because he already had 2 supplement aperture pills in his hands. This was worth no less than 300,000 contribution points, which was a huge number. With these 2 replenishing aperture pills in his hands, he had absolute confidence in repairing his damaged spiritual cavities and advancing to the Cloud River realm in the most perfect state. As for the previous 10 years of waiting, he could completely rely on his own talent and cultivation speed to make up for it. For a moment, Li Baxian's emotions fluctuated. He never thought that Lu Ye's so-called gift would be so valuable, whether it was the soul-cleansing water or the supplement aperture pills. Any one of them was priceless and definitely not something a cultivator at the spirit stream stage could take out. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and tapped on his battlefield imprint, sending out a message. "Junior brother, thank you!" In the Jade Blood sect's main sect, Lu Yi, who was discussing the sect's development plans with Shui Yuan, checked the message and smiled slightly. He didn't reply, nor did he need to. There was no need to be polite between fellow disciples. "I saw that 2 supplement aperture pills were missing from the Tianji treasury. Did you buy them?" Shui Yuan suddenly asked. "And didn't senior sister say that 4th senior brother's spirit cavities were damaged for too long, and that 1 supplement aperture pill might not be enough? So I bought 2. When Lu Yi first heard that 4th senior brother had stayed in the spirit stream battlefield for 10 years with the cultivation of the heavenly 8 stage, he found it strange. Later, he made some inquiries and learned that Li Baxian's spirit cavities were damaged. This wasn't a secret, and he could ask anyone about it. Later on, he mentioned this matter to Shui Yuan while chatting. Shui Yuan told him that the Tianji treasury had pills that could repair spirit cavities, but they were too expensive. If Li Baxian was still in the Jade Blood sect, the sect would have helped him with all its power. However, the situation in the Pill Heart sect was a bit complicated, and they couldn't get any outside help. It was even difficult to earn merit points, so after so many years, Li Baxian hadn't been able to save enough merit points to buy a supplement aperture pill. At that time, Lu Yi took note of it. He thought back to when he had been killed several times on the Golden Light Peak. It was his senior sister who had endured the punishment of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder and arrived in time to save his life. It was his senior brother who had come from the core area on his sword to protect him. Even though Li Baxian was still accumulating merit points at that time, he didn't show any mercy when facing the powerful enemies around him. It should be known that with his cultivation of the Heavenly 8 stage, killing cultivators in the outer area would cost him a lot of merit points. Lu Yi still remembered that his senior sister Wei Yang had warned Li Baxian to be careful and not to kill all of his merit points. Before that, Lu Yi had never seen Shui Yuan and Li Baxian. The 2 of them had protected him at all costs because of his status as a disciple of the Jade Blood sect. It was also at that time that Lu Yi knew he had someone backing him up, and he would no longer be lonely. It was also at that time that Lu Yi realized he had a home in this vast cultivation world. Because Li Baxian's spirit cavities had been broken for too long, 1 supplement aperture pill might not be enough, so he bought 2. As for the merit points he had to spend, they were nothing. This was also the reason why Lu Yi had always wanted to accumulate merit points, because the amount of merit points he needed was too large. His original plan was to slowly accumulate merit points while taking his revenge in the inner area. However, his method of breaking through formations gave him a way to quickly accumulate merit points. It could be considered a kind of luck. "Thank you for your hard work." Shui Yuan lowered her head, making it impossible to see her expression. Like Li Baxian, she would often pay attention to the number of supplement pills left. Otherwise, how could she have immediately noticed that 2 supplement pills had been bought? "We're family." Lu Yi shook his head and changed the topic. "Senior sister, can you do what I just said? If the sect wants to develop, it's impossible to rely on the current manpower. Most of the sect's disciples are rogue cultivators, and their talent isn't high. Their future achievements will be limited, so the sect needs to constantly replenish new blood, especially those with outstanding talent. Only then will the sect have enough Cloud River True Lakes in the future." "You're right." Shui Yuan nodded. "I'll deal with this matter." Later, we'll hold a grand disciple recruitment ceremony. In the past few decades, the Jade Blood sect hasn't taken in any new disciples. If there are any nearby disciples with good aptitude, they'll be taken advantage of by other sects. Then senior sister will have to trouble you in the future. Saying so, Lu Yi took out a few more storage bags and handed them to Shui Yuan. These are the spoils of war from the forces that captured Myriad Devil Ridge. Senior sister can handle them as you see fit. In the future, the sect will need to develop, so the cultivation expenses of the disciples won't be small. Chapter 342. In the later stages of conquering the Myriad Devil Ridge encampments, the only thing they could gain was the support from the Tianji Pillar. None of the Myriad Devil Ridge forces dared to resist the Grand Heaven Alliance's attack and retreated early. Everything that could be taken away from the encampment was taken away, and anything that could not be taken away was destroyed. However, there were still many battles between the two sides in the early stages. There would be deaths in battles, and there would be spoils of war when there were deaths. There were also some resources collected from the Myriad Devil Ridge encampments after conquering the encampments. Lu Yi did not take much of these spoils of war because most of them were used to compensate the sects of the cultivators who died in battle. Even so, after accumulating over and over again, the harvest was still very considerable. The most valuable among them should be a few complete sets of defensive formations. These things were bought from the Tianji treasure house and cost more than 10,000 merit points. Naturally, it would not be cheap to resell them. The sect needed to develop, and the disciples needed to cultivate. Cultivation required spirit stones and spirit pills. With the various products in the Jade Blood sect's encampment, they could barely meet the most basic cultivation needs of the disciples. If there were more spirit pills and spirit stones, the disciples' cultivation speed would also increase, especially now that the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the encampment had been greatly increased. It would also greatly benefit the cultivators' cultivation. Currently, the Jade Blood sect did not have many people that they could send out, so Shui Yuan could only manage these resources and distribute them to the disciples on a monthly basis. Lu Yi threw the matter of the sect's recruitment to Shui Yuan and entered the encampment with the help of the Tianji Pillar. In the Tianji Hall, there were 2 disciples on duty who were meditating. Perhaps they were alarmed by Lu Ye's arrival and opened their eyes. Seeing Lu Yi, they quickly bowed. 5th senior brother. Lu Yi nodded slightly and walked out of the Tianji Hall. He looked outside and did not see anyone. He could not help but be curious and send a message out. While waiting, he took out a few blood red trout from his storage bag and raised his hand to his mouth to whistle. A huge shadow fell from the sky, and Little Gray flew down from the nearby Spirit Mountain. Lu Yi fed it a few fish as a reward. 5th senior brother. Gu Yang's voice sounded. He should have rushed over immediately after receiving Lu Ye's message. Where is everyone? Lu Yi asked. They are all cultivating. Gu Yang explained. Only now did Lu Yi understand why there was no one in the encampment. The massive increase in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had stimulated the disciples' passion for cultivation. They were all meditating in their own residences or training rooms. Right now, the world energy in the Blue Blood sect's encampment was extremely rich, so the effect of the spirit gathering array in the cultivation room was minimal. Not only was the spirit gathering array like this, but even the spirit gathering room that Lu Yi had constructed before was the same. The effect of spirit gathering was greatest when the world energy was neither too high nor too low, but in the current situation of the Blue Blood sect's base, it was useless. In other words, the Blue Blood sect no longer needed a cultivation room. As long as one was still in the sect, no matter where they were, their cultivation efficiency would be the same. I heard from Hua Ci that while I was away, you guys had a good plan for your base. Lu Yi asked as she combed Little Gray's feathers. It's 6th senior sister's idea, and 2nd senior sister's opinion was also taken into consideration. We're just going to be her assistants and do some hard work. Show me. Lu Yi patted Little Gray, and had him return to his spirit mountain. Then she summoned her spirit boat and called out to Guyang, taking him up into the air. It was obviously Guyang's first time flying on a spirit tool, so he was a bit curious. However, he had a relatively steady temperament. Otherwise, Hua Si would not have let him take over the position of deputy guardian. He quickly calmed himself down and stood on the spirit boat looking down. He pointed to a building and said, "This is the newly built conference hall. In the past, we used to discuss matters in the Tianji Hall, but Sixth Senior Sister said it was not suitable, so she had us build a conference hall. That's the guest hall. If there are any guests, they can receive them there. This is the spirit plant area, and it's not small." Sixth Senior Sister said that the sect has been in decline for many years and did not have much accumulation. The spirit stones and spirit pills that were first distributed were subsidized by Second Senior Sister, and the rest were earned by Fifth Senior Brother from killing enemies. So, we opened up a spirit plant area here to grow some herbs and spirit flowers. This will also reduce the pressure on the sect. If any disciple is interested, they can claim an area and plant whatever they want. Of course, after the harvest, they will have to turn over a portion of the profits to the sect. This is the place to live. Sixth Senior Sister said that the place didn't need to be too good, so she chose this area. No matter who it is, as long as they are an official disciple of the Blue Blood sect, they can come here and build their own house. As for the registered disciples and rogue cultivators, they can live over there. This is the guest hall, so the environment is better. It's all standalone buildings. Sixth Senior Sister said that in the future, there will be many people coming to the Blue Blood sect as guests, so she built 10 buildings first. If there is a need in the future, we can add more. We already have enough space. Over there is a place for disciples to compare notes. As the spirit boat continued to fly, Guyang slowly explained the layout of the Blue Blood sect station. It had to be said that during his absence, the station had changed greatly. After such a unified layout, the entire station had a sense of stability, order, and prosperity. The spirit boat carrying Lu Yi and Guyang landed in front of the assembly hall. Lu Yi stepped in and saw an exaggeratedly wide chair in the middle of the hall. There were 2 rows of chairs next to it, and there was enough space in the middle. This assembly hall could easily accommodate 100 people. Lu Yi walked to the chair in the middle and sat down. He felt that it was empty around him. Rather than calling it a chair, it was better to call it a bed. There was no problem lying down and sleeping on it. Guyang stood in front of him. "Guyang." "Yes." "Do you know what your biggest problem is?" Guyang thought for a moment and shook his head honestly. "I don't know. Just now you took me to explain everything, and every word you said was the same as what Sixth Senior Sister said. Of course, I'm not saying it's wrong. The sex planning was done by Hua Si, so it's reasonable for you to tell me this, but being too steady is not a good thing. Your Sixth Senior Sister is no longer the Vice Guardian. The current Vice Guardian is you, and I don't know who the next one will be. I am now at the 9th Order Spirit Stream Realm. Once I break through to the next level, I will enter the core circle. At that time, your Sixth Senior Sister will definitely leave. Without me and Sixth Senior Sister in the station, you will be the one in charge. You need to have your own opinions and judgment. Guardian, Vice Guardian, it sounds nice, but it's not a good job. I'm sure you've already experienced it. In the early stages of cultivation, time is the most precious, but the Guardian and Vice Guardian need to worry about the sect. Of course, there aren't many things to worry about in the sect, but there will always be times when it will take up your cultivation time. Don't slack off on your own cultivation because of this. Guyang said seriously, "Don't worry, Fifth Senior Brother. I will double my efforts. There's one more thing. You're now at the 7th Order Spirit Stream Realm. You need to find a successor as soon as possible, because when you reach the 8th Order Spirit Stream Realm, you'll have to leave the outer circle." "Yes." "Do you have the sect's disciple list with you?" "I have it." "Let me see." Guyang hurriedly handed over a list. Lu Yi took it and flipped through it. Although there were more than 600 or 700 cultivators in the station, there were less than 20 true official disciples. The remaining 200 or so were nominal disciples, and most of them were loose cultivators who relied on the sect. After a little check, Lu Yi could remember some of the names on the list, but he had no impression of most of them. Lu Yi handed the list back to Guyang. I'll give you 2 days to select 100 people. The sect will take in official disciples. In addition, the loose cultivators who have performed well during this period can be taken in as nominal disciples. Guyang took it with a serious face. I don't need 2 days. Half a day will do. Go. Guyang turned and walked out. By the way, where is Feng Yu of the Feng family? Lu Ye's voice suddenly sounded. Guyang stopped and said, She usually takes care of the spirit plants in the spirit plants area. No one asked her to do this, so she took the initiative to do it. Sixth senior sister pitted her before and often gave her some spirit stones and spirit pills. When the disciples were injured during sparring, they would also ask her to treat their injuries. There are many disciples who want to join the medical cultivation faction, and she has been teaching them carefully. Now she's quite opinionated. Guyang's face turned red. Tell her to come see me. Yes. Guyang turned and left. A moment later, a timid figure appeared in the assembly hall, like a bullied little wife, standing far away from Lu Yi. She lowered her head and did not speak. Even her breathing was suppressed to the extreme. Lu Ye's triumphant return caused the entire Jade Blood sect to rejoice. If there was anyone who was frightened, it would undoubtedly be Feng Yu. During Lu Ye's absence, she was able to integrate into the Jade Blood sect. Although she didn't have a proper status, her identity as a medical cultivator and her own methods allowed her to be accepted by most of the cultivators of the Jade Blood sect. To be honest, she was now an external member of Jade Blood sect. In front of anyone in Jade Blood sect, she could talk and laugh freely, but in front of Lu Yi, she did not even dare to breathe loudly. When she heard that Lu Yi had returned, she hurriedly hid, afraid that Lu Yi would see her. Otherwise, she would usually be tending to the spirit plants at this time. Lu Yi and Guyang would have seen her when they were patrolling the spirit plants area. When she heard Guyang's message just now, asking her to come to the assembly hall to see Lu Yi, Feng Yu was so scared that she almost fainted on the spot. But this matter could not be avoided. Coming here in fear and trepidation, she did not know what kind of tragic fate awaited her. Eighth Order? Lu Ye's voice sounded in the empty hall. Feng Yu's face drained of blood and her body trembled, shrinking even more, yes. Come here. Feng Yu's face turned pale. She wanted to refuse, but she really did not have the courage. Even after so many days, the blade that had slashed towards her at the Feng family station was still a nightmare. If she had not knelt quickly that day, the grass on her grave would have been 10 meters high. Chapter 343. After a long time, Feng Yu finally arrived in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi reached out and grabbed her hand. Feng Yu's body trembled as she panicked. Closing her eyes, she mustered up her courage and gritted her teeth. Even if you obtain my body, you won't be able to obtain my heart. Ha! A strange sound came from Lu Ye's side. Feng Yu narrowed her eyes and saw the young man in front of her take out a large seal, blow a breath on it, and then put it on the back of her hand. The moment the seal fell, something seemed to change, and Feng Yu clearly felt an invisible connection between her battlefield mark and Blue Blood Sect's Heaven's secret pillar. Her eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Lu Yi put away his guardian seal and looked at her strangely. No, nothing. Feng Yu only felt that happiness had come too quickly and was at a loss for what to do. Thinking of her misunderstanding just now, her face turned red. As the former guardian of the Feng family, she knew better than anyone what Lu Ye's actions meant. With that seal, it meant that she was no longer a nameless cultivator and would no longer have to worry about Blue Blood Sect every day. Feeling excited, she felt as if the dark clouds had parted to reveal the bright moon. Am I a registered disciple? Feng Yu asked cautiously. Official disciple. Feng Yu felt a little dizzy. She thought that Lu Yi accepting her as a registered disciple was already a good ending, but the result was even better than she had expected. You should understand what it means for me to accept you as an official disciple. Feng Yu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand. Go. Feng Yu bowed gracefully before turning around and walking out of the hall. After she left the hall and was bathed in the bright and beautiful sunlight, her gloomy mood that had been gloomy for the past few days suddenly cleared up, and she actually had the feeling of being reborn. Since she was captured by Lu Yi and brought to Blue Blood Sect Station, her condition had been very bad. Not to mention whether the Feng family was willing to pay a large sum of money to redeem her. Even if they were willing, she would never dare to return to the Feng family. In any case, the Feng family had worked hard to maintain this station for decades and had lost it in her hands. If she dared to return to the Feng family, there would only be two results waiting for her. One was that the Feng family would punish her severely, and the second was that she would be used as a bargaining chip for marriage with another family. No matter what the outcome was, she couldn't bear it. Escaping from Blue Blood Sect and seeking refuge with another force was even more unrealistic, so she could only stay here. During this time, she seemed to have integrated into the Blue Blood Sect, and the cultivators on the station treated her quite well. But as long as she didn't have a status, she wouldn't have a future. Disregarding everything else, just the merit points alone were already out of her reach. They couldn't possibly ask her, a medical cultivator, to kill enemies, could they? Right now, the myriad Devil Ridge forces near the Jade Blood Sect had been suppressed beyond recognition. Even the disciples of the Jade Blood Sect had no place to kill their enemies, let alone her. If she was unable to obtain contribution points, it would mean that she wouldn't have the capital to buy a heaven-tier cultivation technique in the future. Her cultivation would be stuck at 180 apertures. However, it was impossible for the Jade Blood Sect to accept her so easily. After all, she was from the Feng family and was a medical cultivator. The captured medical practitioners of the enemy camp could be redeemed at a certain price. This was a tacit rule in the cultivation world of the 9 regions. It didn't matter if she stayed in the Blue Blood Sect without any status. If the myriad Devil Ridge pursued the matter, it could be explained that the Blue Blood Sect and the Feng family had not reached an agreement on the terms of ransom. However, if the Blue Blood Sect dared to accept her, it would be breaking the rules. Once this was allowed, everyone would do the same in the future. Wouldn't it be a mess? Therefore, Feng Yu had never thought that there would be a day when she would be accepted by the Blue Blood Sect. Although Lu Yi didn't say it clearly, she knew very well that Lu Yi had stirred up a lot of trouble in the inner circle some time ago. He had almost caused an all-out war between the two camps on the Spirit Stream battlefield. Compared to what he had done in the past, accepting a medical cultivator from an enemy sect was nothing. Who would dare to say otherwise? If they dared to say otherwise, they might not be able to keep their station tomorrow. Moreover, the myriad Devil Ridge had broken the rules more than once to target Lu Yi. Even if the news spread in the future, the myriad Devil Ridge had no right to blame Lu Yi. It could be said that in the entire Spirit Stream battlefield, only Lu Yi had the capital and courage to do such a thing. An official disciple. It wasn't just a status, but also real benefits. Not to mention the monthly salary she could receive from the sect. She would also be qualified to receive merit points in the future. However, what Feng Yu wanted to do most now was to build her own house in the residential area of the official disciples. She still had some connections, so after sending out a few messages, 7 or 8 Blue Blood Sect disciples came to help. When they learned that she had been accepted as an official disciple by 5th senior brother, they all came to congratulate her. Gu Yang's efficiency was very high. It didn't take him half a day to draft the roster and hand it over to Lu Yi. Lu Yi asked Hua Xiai to help look through it. After confirming that there was no problem, He asked Guiyang to call over the official disciples and nominal disciples who were going to be included in the roster. In the following time, these disciples walked into the main hall one by one happily. Guiyang used his authority as a deputy guardian to promote their status and register them one by one. After today, the Blue Blood sect would have 100 more official disciples and 200 more registered disciples. While this side was busy, Shui Yuan found the sect master and told him about Lu Ye's idea. The sect master nodded after hearing this. It is indeed time to accept more people. Ye's considerations are correct. If we only select talents from those rogue cultivators, there will definitely be a gap in the Cloud River True Lake in the future, which is detrimental to the development of the sect. Then let's hold a disciple recruitment ceremony? No need. Right now, the only people we can spare in the sect are you and me. It is too troublesome to prepare for the ceremony. This matter can be considered when Ye's cultivation is higher. How can we select talents without a ceremony? I will think of a way. After Shui Yuan left, the sect master rummaged through and found a gilded invitation. The signature was from a second-grade sect called the Third Saint Academy in the Force Province. The Force Province was a chaotic place because it was a continent where two major sects were opposing each other. This made it so that no matter which camp in the Force Province, there were many powerful sects. For example, among the top 10 first-grade sects, 5 were from the Haotian Alliance, and the other 5 were from the Demon's Ridge. Although the Third Saint Academy was a second-grade sect, its foundation was not to be underestimated. There were many cultivators in the Spirit Sea realm in the sect. Such a big sect would hold a disciple recruitment ceremony every 2 or 3 years to select outstanding talents from all over the world to join the sect. This was to supplement the foundation of the sect and ensure the continuity of the sect. Basically, each sect had its own scope for selecting talents. This scope could be said to be the territory of the sect. If there were some outstanding talents in this scope, those sects would naturally get them first. Big sects cared a lot about their reputation. Every time they held a disciple recruitment ceremony, they would symbolically send out some invitations to invite some highly respected people to attend the ceremony. On the one hand, it was to build momentum for themselves. On the other hand, it was to strengthen the relationship with other sects. The sect master had received many invitations over the years, but he had never been to one. However, this time he decided to attend the ceremony. Other sects already had a disciple recruitment ceremony. Why should he bother to hold one? Over the years, many outstanding talents in the territory of the Jade Blood sect had left. The Third Saint Academy was not too far away from the Jade Blood sect. It could be said that the Third Saint Academy had benefited a lot from this. After a while, on the main peak of the Jade Blood sect, a flowing light soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. The disciple recruitment ceremony of the Third Saint Academy was about to begin. Time waited for no man. In the Jade Blood sect's Tianji Hall, Lu Yi searched the Tianji treasure house and found a palm-sized box with 9 holes that looked like a beehive. This thing looked inconspicuous, but in fact, it was a mid-grade spirit artifact with 18 restrictions. Under 9 restrictions, it was a low-grade spirit artifact. Under 18 restrictions, it was a mid-grade spirit artifact. Under 27 restrictions, it was a high-grade spirit artifact. With 36 restrictions, it was a top-grade spirit artifact. Above that would be the level of artifacts, where there were even more restrictions hidden within them. Above magic artifacts were spirit artifacts. For example, the 9 Worlds picture was a spirit artifact. Its value was immeasurable. For cultivators at the Spirit Stream realm, a low-grade spirit artifact was enough. The more restrictions there were in a spirit artifact, the more spirit chi it consumed when using it. Of course, if one had enough money and was confident in their spirit chi reserves, they could also buy a mid-grade spirit artifact. This depended on their personal needs. In addition to the 9 Worlds picture, Lu Yi also had a magic artifact longsword. It was the spoils of war he obtained from killing the True Lake Realm cultivator. He was not in a hurry to sell it because it might be useful in the future. The beehive-like box in his hand was called a weapon casket. It was a spirit artifact used together with spirit artifacts. After returning from Immortal Essence City, Lu Yi could already control 4 spirit artifacts. Now his limit was even higher. He estimated that he could control 6 or 7 spirit artifacts without any pressure. Moreover, he had high requirements for his own spirit artifacts. It was not as simple as controlling a spirit artifact. He also needed to add spirit inscriptions to the spirit artifact while controlling it. This was extremely taxing on the mind. If it was just spirit artifacts, Lu Yi felt that he could control 10 or 20 spirit artifacts without any problem. Compared to cultivators at the same level, this number was terrifying. However, compared to 4th senior brother, there was still a big gap. The reason why he bought this weapon casket was mainly because of Li Baxian's suggestion. Before this, Lu Yi felt that although spirit artifacts were convenient to kill enemies, there was one troublesome thing. That was, he needed to take out the spirit artifact from his storage bag before using it. When facing an enemy, any delay could affect the outcome of the battle. This was also the reason why Lu Yi did not keep the mountain pan saber in his storage bag. With the saber in hand, he could use it to kill enemies at any time. If he kept it in his storage bag, it would be troublesome if he had to take it out from his storage bag. Another point was that the spirit artifact used spirit artifacts were stored in the spirit artifact. Once it was used up, it would need to be replenished. Because of these 2 reasons, the threat of Imperial equipment to cultivators was greatly reduced. To solve these problems, the weapon casket was the best choice.